Can we open up the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, Jared.
Recording in progress.
Commissioner comment policy has changed from public comment. At the beginning of the meeting, you will be permitted 3 minutes on non-agenda items only. For action items, you may speak at the podium and be permitted 1 minute for your comments during that agenda item. An executive session was held on July 9th at 5:30 p.m. to discuss personnel, and the civil service meeting will be held tomorrow, July 22nd at 9 a.m. With that, so public comment. Anybody in the audience wishes to make a public comment? Yes, sir.
Can I take the podium or?
Oh, absolutely.
These are non-agenda items, is that correct?
Is that microphone turned on?
Yeah, it's on.
Okay.
So my name is Frank Greeley, and I'm a resident of Pocono Township. I'm actually here to discuss kind of two issues, but they're integrated into one overall. But basically, I'm here to discuss ATVs and off-road motorcycles on the roads and noise issues. Problem number one, ATVs and off-road dirt bikes have been riding on the roads of Shine Hill, McKay, Post Hill, Hunters Farm Road, Route 715, just to name a few. And they're all, by the way, R1, except obviously Route 715, there's commercial stuff there. They use the back roads mainly to get around. Both minors and adults have engaged in this behavior. This has resulted in at least one accident, which I reported to 911, and somebody ended up in the hospital. I was told it was a minor, so there's nothing that can be done. This has also resulted in damage to my property, and I called 911 4 times this weekend in regards to ATVs alone. Or dirt bikes. It occurs mainly during the evenings and the weekends, and the police have been notified but cannot catch the individuals because when they're pursued, the dirt bikes or ATVs go off-road where the police can't follow. These ATVs are riding obviously where they're not supposed, where they don't have permission as well, and are trespassing illegally. And let's see. Finally, the farm on Shine Hill, owned by Richard Graber, has allowed the off-road motorcycles and ATVs to use his property as a racetrack, so they drive on the roads to get there illegally. Let's see. All right. Number two is the increasing noise just in general in the R1 areas. Camp Lindmere and the RV Park are two that really come to mind. They're both a mile away from me. Camp Lindmere, almost every day this summer, has had some noise that I can hear all the way a mile away at my house. It sounds like a DJ is playing in my backyard. And on the weekends, I have to deal with that as well as the RV park. Same thing, except that really is a DJ, and that's in my front yard. Let's see. Again, that's on the weekends. Off-road ATVs and dirt bikes driving to and from the Graber farm, using the property like a racetrack. Again, it's the noise getting there, the noise when they're running around, doing circle track or whatever they're doing over there, and not using it as a farm, which is what it is. Let's see. There's 4 strokes over there, 2 strokes over there. They're dirt bikes, so these aren't even farm vehicles that they can use for farm use. Some of them are ATVs, and yeah, they might have a farm use, but it's not what they're using them for. Some of them are probably aftermarket exhausts. So between the music, the DJs, and the motorcycles and ATVs, I can't even get any peace. I'm 300 feet from McKay, and my wife was on a conference call out on our patio, and she had to basically pause and say, "Hey, sorry, there's stuff going by." And it was a scooter and an ATV and a dirt bike. I mean, it's become quite absurd. Something needs to be done for both of these problems. I thank you for your time for listening to me.
Thanks. Chief, can maybe you look into this matter a little bit, and maybe zoning with Graber's Farm, are they permitted for some type of ATV park or whatever? Or?
Not that I'm aware of, no. I was just browsing through their ordinance. I don't think that we have any specific provisions that would be applicable, but Mount Pocono Borough, they do have an ordinance for ATVs and off-track or off-road vehicles. So maybe if you guys are interested in talking something like that, I can forward it to you.
certainly I'll look into that. I believe, I wasn't here this weekend, but is this something that just occurred this weekend, or has it been?
911, yes. There's actually apparently somebody who was caught thanks to my videos. But unfortunately, the police have told me that because they go off-road, they run from the police officers and they can't be caught. The thing is, it leaves it up to the citizen to do something, and so I just happened to be pulling out of my road when this guy went by in the ATV, and I just hung back and just saw where he had to go. My wife was filming in the passenger seat, and that's how we got this guy. So some of the addresses are known of the people who are doing it, but it's
If we know who they are, for that matter, who they are to the police, maybe we can get stopped.
I'm sorry.
Maybe if you know who they are. Or
I mean, I don't know them personally. I don't.
If you know where they might be, maybe they can.
I do know we made some arrests and made some, or charged some ATV operators and motorcycle operators in the Henryville area. They may be the same ones, but I don't know anything about this weekend. So, Frank, if you can come up here and give me your name and phone number.
Yep.
Is there anybody else who wants to make a public comment? Yes, sir.
I do see that Mr. Velarde is going to talk later about the Golden Slipper construction, but I didn't see action item in parentheses, so I'm assuming that's not an action item and I can talk about it now.
There probably isn't really much we can do. It's a state-run project, and we can't overrule the state. I mean, Mr. Velarde, you have some information for us?
No, I'm just going to ask Pat.
Well, let's let them talk then, because it's not,
Well, I'm not, let's stop them.
it's time.
Okay, I'm Matthew Bradley. I'm one of the Barton Glen hostages during the construction. I understand from reading online that there were some representations made previously that the work was going to be extended beyond 4 o'clock. I guess I'm just very unlucky because every day I drive past there, I'm not seeing any work being done. And during those hours, maybe they're working underground, I don't know. But I would also note, and I'm sure you all know this by now, but the detour has a detour. So we detour to the detour and then detour from the detour back to the detour. It seems as though, not you as a body, but somebody didn't think this through. I mean, if you recall when that truck hit I-95, miraculously, 48 hours, an entire section of I-95 has been rebuilt, but we're looking at 10 weeks of adding 15 minutes of response time to any fire, emergency, or police that those of us in Barton Glen might need. I am a practicing attorney. Unfortunately, I do not practice municipal law, but I'm assuming you have your own attorneys. I'm certainly willing to dedicate, I'm a partner at my firm, I'm willing to dedicate resources from my firm if that would be helpful. But surely there's got to be some way to get some sort of injunctive relief to speed this up, or at least to open one of the lanes before somebody's house burns down. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Representative Madden. To this gentleman's point, what is your name, sir?
Matthew Bradley.
Matthew, we maybe need to have another conversation because Matthew, Senator Brown and I brought PennDOT and a number of stakeholders to the table, and they promised they were going to work beyond 4 o'clock. They promised they were going to give this special attention, that they weren't going to take days off, and they were going to do it as expeditiously as possible.
To be clear, I'm not camping out on 611 to watch. I mean, maybe they're working, I don't know, but I can tell you firsthand, I drive past there a lot because, of course...
Well, I appreciate the feedback because they'll get another phone call tomorrow.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So the library. I'm getting inundated with phone calls about the library. You promised us a library in this building. Now we can't have that, and I completely understand why. I've been through this building. I understand how you've grown and how your police department has grown and how you need this space. And it's amazing space. And all the work that you all did to save taxpayer money, really commendable. I've been speaking to members of the library board who just don't want a library in Pocono Township, and members of the library board who do want a library in Pocono Township. And it's my understanding that you all are offering them a refurbished, the old municipal building for a library free of cost. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Okay. Can I hear that one more time in the microphone? Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Because then I can take that back to the number of people who call me each and every day. So maybe if you could lay it out for us exactly what it is you're offering so that I can give people true information and tell me how I can help with you in speaking with the library board, because once again, I'm going to tell you, as the majority chairwoman of Aging and Older Adult Services Committee, our seniors need a library. It's going to be the hub for the PA Care Toolkit, which I told you is a website to show seniors and those people taking care of seniors how to navigate senior care in the state. It's so crucial that we not lose this library. So I'm coming to you to offer you whatever help and assistance I can be with the library board, with the people in the community, getting the word out that Pocono Township did not shut down the library. In fact, you are doing everything that you can to make sure that we have a library. And I want to say thank you, if no one else has said thank you to you for that. For making sure that we have a library, and please, whatever assistance you can offer, whatever updates you have, I would be really interested in hearing them. So thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Representative Madden, I'm going to have an update tonight on a temporary solution, number one. And number two, we've been trying to keep this civil. A lot of the conversations have been going on behind the scenes. We've been trying to not put anything out there to get their guard up and then make them just dig in anymore. And we're continuing to try to do that, but we reiterated to them in writing Friday what the offer exactly was, and made some neat pictures and stuff and sent them along to them too.
Okay.
But I don't want to embarrass them or put them in a position where they dig in.
We're not trying to embarrass anybody. We're just trying to do what's good for the community. And if you have some neat pictures, we'd like to see them. Because then we can better communicate how important this is for our community. We can't lose any more libraries. We can't lose anything that brings a sense of community, right?
Something I've learned from you is to build a coalition and not hammer stuff.
Yeah.
We're trying to work with them the best we can. Because as you said, there's people on both sides within their board, so it's a very difficult
Coalition and
negotiation.
building is good, but when that exhausts itself, hammering is better.
Well, we kind of put that to
Anyone else in the audience wish to make public? Yes, ma'am, I believe.
Good evening, Carmen Churion, Jackson Township. Talking about the Golden Slippery detour, there is a non-official detour through Staten Road. This is the third time I bring to Pocono Township the issue. The bridge has clearly two signs on each side that said one line. 18 months ago, more or less, when the township paved the road, two double solid yellow lines were painted on the bridge. Since then, the township have been trying to fix the lines. About a year ago, they painted black on top of it, and it's running out the black paint. Depending of how high is the vehicle, or at the time of the day and how the light shine on it, people think there are two lines there. Today at 4 p.m., there were 6 cars on the bridge, 3 on each side. I drive the bridge every day at different times of the day, and in the past month, since I mentioned it in the last meeting here, I've been almost hit 3 times because people is also not respecting the speed limit because of detour, and everybody's trying to avoid the 20 minutes round and round. So I think there is an accident waiting to happen there unless something is done, at least with the 2 yellow lines that people believe is there. And on the library issue, I went to the trustee meeting last week. They said they haven't received, as last week, anything in writing ever of an arrangement for the library. You know, you were moving to this building a while ago, so something must have happened before and not wait now that it's already closed. The bookmobile started coming to Northampton Community College since July 9th. In the first week, 1 patron visited the bookmobile. Last week, 4 patrons visited the bookmobile. There is still 10 days left of the month, and usually the library used to have 550 visits. So I doubt in the next hour that the bookmobile is going to visit there in 2 weeks. 545 people will visit. So this is a huge loss for the community. We appreciate if you are trying to work a deal to bring back the library to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience? Yes.
Cheryl Parks. I've been a resident for 38 years. After last meeting, there was, I guess, repairs done on Wednesday to the kennel fencing. Thursday, we had to call the police again because 2 dogs were out running around. Between the Delightons and me, on the cameras, the dogs were out at least an hour and a half that they were caught on camera. This is just, I don't know what kind of repairs they made, I have no idea, but this has gone beyond nuisance now for me. I'm just had it. I've got family coming next week. Do you know how I'm spending Tuesday? At the magistrate's office. I've got like 6 magistrate's things I have to go to. I don't know what to do. I'm still having cars pull up my driveway, and I just don't know what to say. They need to do something. The dogs should not be on the front deck. The zoning ordinance should be followed, so they're in the back. That would help a lot of stuff. And I just wanted to make you aware of that, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in the audience wishes to make a public comment? Yes, yes, ma'am.
Karen Delightton, Township resident. I'm going to start out with the road issue. Staten Road is terrible. I know, Chief, you've tried, but it's not enough, because every day we almost get T-bone coming out of our road. It's awful. I know they've stopped people, but they haven't really helped any. They just keep going faster and faster. And the bridge has a yield sign right on the bridge. So whether they want to use it, they stop right there, and there's, head-on collisions almost every day. Well, at least every time I go down. And the kennel, yes. They were on my property at 7:08 in the morning. The cops didn't come until like 9 o'clock because they were out for, almost 2 hours. It's ridiculous. They weren't called till then because nobody realized that we have to go out and scan our cameras before we take our dogs out. And my dogs were going berserk, and I didn't notice them on the camera at first, or I would have called. And I had a doctor's appointment that day. So somebody should do something. It's been over a year, and we shouldn't have to go to court constantly. It's ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Edward Gualtieri. I live at 154 Ruby Lane, which is the property that we got the special exemption for back in, I believe it was the fall of 2024, maybe earlier than that. I have to dispute something that the last speaker said, that the police didn't get there until 9 o'clock. It was actually daylight when the police got there. I don't believe our dogs were out for more than an hour or hour and a half. So I dispute that. I also dispute some of the characterizations that the previous speaker, Ms. Parks, was making about our dogs. She made these statements last meeting that we had 11 dogs. We only had 4. That our dogs weigh 85 pounds. They weigh 50 pounds. That we don't provide shelter for our dogs. When it rains or when it's aggressively hot, we bring them inside to our air conditioning. We do have verandas in one of the rooms for our 4 dogs. And we did have 3 dogs visiting over the 4th of July weekend. And we had runs for them as well. But when my partner and I moved here in February 2024, we were very happy about finding this property, this commercial property, and getting the approval for this special exemption. However, our neighbors have been very antagonistic to us. We have done all that we can to fortify the fence, and we've had it finished, I believe it was last week sometime. One of our puppy girls had escaped, and this initiated an additional fortification of the fence, which was completed. The characterizations that our dogs are leaving our property, especially the statements Ms. Park said in the last meeting that they entered her garage and were knocking things over. Our dogs are leery of strangers. Yes, they do bark and they alert us when somebody is in the front, but they will not go up to people willingly unless they know the person or the person is welcoming to them. You know, will bend down and let them approach them, let them sniff them. They are not aggressive dogs.
Thank you for your time, for your 3 minutes. Really. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience wishing to make a public comment? In the back, right?
Guide Line, 136 Ruby Lane, and I just wanted to come up to let you people know that we got all that stuff on camera. If you want to see how long dogs were out and everything, you know what I mean? It's just a fractured fairy tale. He's trying to powder puff up, and it's really starting to aggravate me. You know, that's all.
Good evening, Charles Kepler, resident. 2 things this evening. First, I've been live streaming the meetings for a few months now. It's been an enormously beneficial service to the residents. I get hundreds of views on the videos. They're shared all over the township. People really like being able to access the meetings. Now, I know that when we came up and had the presentation on the new website, $17,000 for a new website, they said that we have practically unlimited storage. I don't understand why I still have to be responsible for, doing this public service. It seems like it should be on the township to be providing this service to the residents, making sure that they can access the meetings after the fact without having to submit a right to know request to the township. We have a brand new, presumably thousands of dollars for a video, audio recording system, and I'm having to do it on a cell phone, and the residents are having to make do with that or submit a right to know request. Meetings should be accessible. I shouldn't have to be doing this. I really hope that the board will take up some kind of vote on this to, make this more accessible. Second, on the library, I really think the board needs to get serious about this. I know Rep. Madden was just up here speaking to you. This offer that was made for space in the old building, it doesn't sound like they ever received a written offer, any kind of formal offer. I don't believe I ever heard anything voted on up here by the board. So I would love to see the board, present a formal written offer, vote on it, and send it along to the library, whether it's for the old building or whether it's for space in the very large empty wing, notably empty wing of this new building. The idea that there isn't space here is simply absurd. I really wish that the township commissioners would make this a priority. for our seniors, for the people of Pocono Township. We don't have a community center, we don't have a senior center. The library could serve as both, and obviously we pay $350,000 into the library system, as Lori is about to come up and mention. Letting the library walk away with that money, it's unconscionable. If the board has to spend a little bit to renovate a building, to make space for them here, in the long run, to keep that $350,000 in our township, it just makes sense. It's completely absurd that we're letting them walk away, and I really don't feel like this board is taking this seriously. Thank you very much.
Anyone else in the audience wish to make a public comment? Is there anybody online here? Anybody online wish to make a public comment?
No, sir.
All right, let's go on. Under presentations, tonight we have a presentation from Lori Pryor, Pocono Township Library Tax. Lori?
I'm online. I'd like to make a comment or a question.
I'm sorry we moved out with the meeting, so I gave everybody an opportunity.
I just unmuted my mic. Okay. There you go.
Good evening. Laura
Miss,
Claire,
right, please.
35-year resident. I've been doing a lot of research. I don't know, I gave Jared last week the info that I had pulled. Okay, and you all have it. I've been to all the libraries. The only one that I have not gotten any response from is the Pocono Mountain Library in Tobyhanna. The director was not there on the day I visited, and I have not heard back from her. I've called twice. It's the summer, so who knows? But at this point, trying to figure out how to do this, how to get this library moved forward. At this point, our library has been cannibalized. The books have gone to Hughes, Smithfield, the jail, and the bookmobile. What's left, they're considering it. What the trustees said this past Tuesday was they're just old books, and that they're planning on sending them to the senior center somewhere or nursing homes. And then they discussed getting rid of the shelving. So I was under the impression that they were going to give the 3 librarians till the end of August. That's what they had been told, that they had a job till the end of August, but it's cleared out. So I'm just finding a lot of inconsistencies, and to me, actions have always spoken louder than words, and the library trustees have just settled down, man, and they don't want to hear anything. There's no empathy, there's no compassion. They don't care that, today I went to Barrett Township to get 3 books. 9 miles there, 9 miles back when I take them. Return them, 9 miles there, 9 miles back. I chose there because it's the closest library for me. We're talking 36 miles just to read 3 stinking books. My sister has taken pity on me and sent me a box load. Cost her $13 through the post office. I don't know where to go with this. If we do not deal with Hughes Library, it becomes so incredibly complicated. Yes, we can do it, but we have to get an accountant, we have to get an IT person, we have to get, I wrote a whole long list. We're going to need somebody with a degree for cataloging and the collection development. We need Wi-Fi, we need special software, so there's no porn available, blah, blah, blah. We need the computers, the IT person. We need someone to write grants, because it's all state funded, all the 4 libraries, Western Pocono, Clymer, Pocono Mountain, and Barrett. They are funded through school board, they are funded through grants, they are funded through donations and fundraising. They own their own buildings, they pay their own bills. They do work with Hughes through a shared database and online services and programs. which of course, all that costs, it is a fee, and they pay their employees. We would have to pay our employees. I mean, the whole list is very long. I don't know how you get the trustees to pay attention. They don't care. They just do not care. They're not kind. They're not nice. And I don't know where it's even come from. Not a clue. But they sure as the devil didn't like me looking at their financials. And the financials, my dad had but it's before he died at the age of 84, he had 4 businesses. This accounting is just a surface accounting. They claim they don't know where the monies are spread. That's baloney. You have to know where your money's going, or there's a big problem. And I don't know how to get that. I don't know how to do that. I already gave them 2 petitions for the right to know. And this is what I got.
What did you ask for as far as financials?
Pardon?
What did you ask for as far as
I
financials? This
asked,
is just a budget, not even the
well,
real
yeah,
numbers.
I asked for, where's my copy here? I got so many copies here. Petition. Hughes Library and/or EMPL financial accounting for years 2021 through 2025 as it pertains to amounts spent on the expenses incurred by the Pocono Township Library located in Tannersville, PA. That was my first petition.
And you did not get what you asked for.
No.
I would appeal that to the right to know so they give you the real numbers.
Okay, I didn't know how far to push this. Like Representative Madden said, you know, is it time to bring out the hammer? I don't
Well,
know.
A right to know, they have a duty, I believe. It's county library.
Yeah, they didn't give it to me. And then I asked them also for the overall accounting of the EMPL bookmobile for the years, and the monies for the years 2021 through 2024, because 2025 hadn't started yet. And the money spent on the operation of it, and the cost of 11 and a half hours allotted to the residents of Pocono Jackson Township for the rest of the year. And I didn't get that either.
I would suggest you call them and tell them you didn't get what you asked for. Would they
Okay.
please kindly send it to you, or do you need to do a formal appeal? They don't want
Okay,
And specifically an income statement and balance sheet for each.
yeah, yeah,
of the actual.
Yeah.
But financials of what you spend, this is not what they spent, this is what they.
yeah, I'm well
They're
aware.
allowed to spend, but not necessarily what they spend.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
aware.
You gotta run around.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
since we're talking about budgets, their total income's $2,125,000. Their staff expenses and their benefits are $1.5 million. So they're spending 3/4 of their money on just staffing, which is a problem.
But the income's not right either, because Pocono, we gave them 25, right, January?
Yeah, yep.
Or December,
We gave them-
336, 260,
yep.
222, they're only accounting for, budgeting for 270.
Yeah.
So we're still $100,000.
That's Pocono Jackson, yeah, on the front page.
Oh, it is, okay.
They have 10 townships listed here because Barrett is, you know, independent, Tobyhanna is independent. And out of the 10 townships, the county tax for this year came up. They collected $1,381,158.76. But 336,000 of that came from our 2 townships, and we don't have a library. Imagine that. Sorry, that should be sarcastic. Anyway.
No, Lori, we appreciate it too, and we appreciate you bringing this because
Well, I've become very
we've been working
unpopular.
tirelessly to try and save the library.
Yeah.
And it has been in written communication numerous times to the library that they could have the old building
Mhm.
that we were at, rent-free, utility-free, free of expenses, use of the conference room whenever they chose
Mhm.
to. And our goal was to renovate Glenwood Hall, which is historic, right next to TLC, and allow them to move over there as soon as the renovations were complete. So that's been offered them numerous times, and they declined it.
I don't know why, other than maybe because there wasn't a time limit. I'm not sure. but being they're not paying the utilities and they're not paying their maintenance, I don't understand why they were, why, yeah.
And there was no time limit, there was no time limit on our part either, as far as that was our goal, but they were assured in numerous written communications, they were allowed to stay in the old township building until we had a plan for them to move to Glenwood Hall. So there was no time constraints on our end that they were only allowed 1 year or this and that. They were free reign of the township building.
We've since communicated, we'll take the wall down between the old meeting room and that, and Jared, remember messing around on Photoshop and made it look really nice on Photoshop and put it on the front of the building down there and sent it to him on Saturday.
Okay.
There's two factions. Representative Madden said it too. There's
Well,
two
yeah.
factions.
And I'm aware of that. I just didn't know how far to push things here because I'm severely PO'd.
We appreciate anyone pushing to help us try and save the library. It's practical for everyone. So anyone who wants to push is more than welcome to. You have our support.
And I don't care if I become unpopular. You reach a certain age, you really don't care.
What brought it to the table was they saw the agenda, the first meeting after they made their announcement, they sent us all an email when we were in Hershey at a conference. They sent us all an email saying they're meeting July 3rd. We put on the next agenda under mine, we're going to try to get out of this tax and do it ourselves. So that brought them back to the table to negotiate a little bit. And then we just tried to tone it down. I just don't want to, we don't want to embarrass them.
I said to them on Thursday that they had reached a pivotal point.
Right.
And they had a chance to save face and move forward on this. And then I handed them that other financial papers with, in the last 5 years, they've collected over $1.6 million from us. And I handed them and I said, okay, you've been paying 3 employees, 1 with benefits, and $1 rent. The township's been paying all the other bills. Here's the money, what's the problem? Where'd the money go? I said, can you please help us understand where this went? And nobody answered. And my 2 minutes ran out. So, that's what you're dealing with.
Whatever you can do to have them change their mind, we support it.
I appreciate it.
Okay, I'm staying off Route 80 just in case somebody tries to run me off. Anyway, thank you very much for listening, and I'll just keep pushing forward.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. We have some civil service interviews tonight. Robert Farino and Douglas Shook. I would imagine you're Douglas?
Yes, sir.
Since you made it to the podium first, I'll ask Mr. Farino just to step down the hall so the questions, normally we do the interviews, we ask the other people that are interviewing.
Literally, there's 2 spots.
Oh, no, I didn't know.
Yeah, there's 2 spots.
I did not know. Don't go anywhere. Well, I know Mr. Freedom, Mr. Shook, maybe you tell us a little bit about your background?
I'm a retired lieutenant from the Pennsylvania State Police. I did 25 years. Served basically eastern side of the Commonwealth from Philadelphia up to Scranton. When I retired back in 2018, I was the station commander here at the Strasburg Barracks.
Thank you. And Mr. Freedom, just for the people in the audience, I know, just tell me your background.
Sure. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Ralph Farino, township resident since 1985, still live in the township, served on the police department from 2002 to 2022. Still living in the township, working in the township.
I want to thank both of you for stepping up and volunteering for this job. It's a no-pay job, which I'm sure you're aware of, and I hope that you can attend the meetings. They're during the day, I believe, usually in the morning.
So there will be a reorganization. So with the change of board members, they'll be able to set their own meeting time. So the first one, the reorganization will be tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Does anybody have any questions from the board? No questions? Then I can make a motion. I'm sorry?
I just said thank you for volunteering.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'll make a motion to appoint Robert Farino and Douglas Shook to the Civil Service Commission. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Hi, Mike. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Gentlemen, thank you very much for volunteering.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I guess Melissa Hutchinson, TNM MS4. Hi, Melissa.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Tell us all about this.
Okay. So we're going to talk about the township's MS4 program. MS4 is defined as a conveyance of or system of conveyances owned or operated by a township, designed or used for collecting and or conveying stormwater. It includes streets, storm sewer, gutters, and swales. That's the shortened version. The township original MS4 permit was effective December 1st of 2018 and expired November 30th of 2023. The renewal application was submitted to DEP on June 5th, 2023, and it was recently issued on July, well, it'll start July, no, it already started July 1st, 2025, and it'll expire June 30th, 2030. The new permit allows Pocono Township to discharge its MS4 system to Butts Run and unnamed tributaries to Butts Run, Cranberry Creek, Pocono Creek, Bulgars Run, and unnamed tributaries to Bulgars Run, and unnamed tributaries to the Broadhead Creek. Since you just received a new permit, I thought we could go over what's required under that permit. There's 6 minimum control measures. The first one is public education and outreach. And each year, the township needs to review and update their education program, review and update their target audience list, publish printed stormwater educational information, and distribute stormwater educational information via the township website, social media, etc. Minimum control measure 2 is public involvement and participation. And again, each year, the township should review and update their program. They should advertise and solicit any public input should there be a need for new stormwater management ordinances, and solicit public involvement and participation, such as through this meeting. Minimum control measure number 3 is illicit discharge detection and elimination. Each year, the township should review and update the program, maintain its outfall mapping, maintain its storm sewer system mapping, and both of those have been developed and submitted with the original 2018 permit. Conduct dry weather screenings. Those should be done 2 times in each 5-year permit period. We just completed those in the end of 2024, so those are done. Enact any stormwater management ordinances. It was recently enacted in 2022. And provide education outreach to public employees and the target audience. Minimum control measure number 4 deals with construction site stormwater runoff. The township should ensure that all MPDS approvals are received prior to issuing building permits, notifying the conservation district of any earth disturbance activity of 1 acre or more, and enforcing any ordinances that require erosion controls. Minimum control measure number 5, post-construction stormwater management. Again, enforce ordinances that require post-construction stormwater. Develop and implement low-impact development where appropriate, and enforce operation and maintenance of your post-construction stormwater BMPs. Minimum control measure number 6 is the last one, is pollution prevention and good housekeeping. Review and update the township operations related to stormwater runoff, develop and maintain an operation and maintenance program, and continue its employee training program. In addition to the minimum control measures, there's also a pollutant reduction plan which was approved in 2018, and it requires the township to reduce sediment per year in the pollutant reduction plan, the amount of sediment was 2,380 pounds per year.
How was that measured? How do you know you hit that?
There's a calculation DEP has. Actually, there's several. You can choose which one you want to use. But it's based on land use, drainage area, and other factors.
Does that get changed, such as like when we get new developments, such as a solar farm? Would that number increase?
It can change. It depends on where the development is located. So the development would have to be within that MS4, that designated MS4 area.
And for the audience, can you just briefly explain what an MS4 area would be?
So it includes an urbanized area, which is based on the census data. And it's also tributary to certain streams that I mentioned earlier in the presentation.
Thank you.
And under the permit, the township has annual reporting requirements that are due September 30th of every year, and then there is an annual MS4 fee that needs to be paid to PADEP. And if there are any other questions or comments.
Do you have any questions?
Oh, no. It's probably the toughest one.
I don't mean to put you on the spot this evening. I need this answer. I probably had it and I forgot it. When the original MS4 program came out, and they were designating the areas, as I recall, any private communities that own private stormwater management facilities were not designated as part of the MS4 area within the township.
That's correct.
Correct?
Yes.
Has that changed? I thought I heard that there was some discussion about that.
Not that I've heard. I haven't heard it changed.
Okay. That was it?
That was easy.
Good.
Anybody have anything for Ms.?
So for Pocono Township, do you know what our MS4 areas are?
I do. Off the top of my head, we have mapping that I can share with you. I can send that to you tomorrow. Off the top of my head, I could give you an idea, but not exactly. But you know, it runs along 611, and then to the east, like along Cherry Lane Road and up in that area.
But the point of my question, Ellen, was even though you're going to find this area, it can be mapped, but if there are communities within that mapped area that have their own detention basins that they're taking care of privately, they're excluded from the MS4 area.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So that, you have to bear that in mind when you're looking at the MS4 area.
Right. Yeah, I understand that, yeah.
But under a new permit, the PCSM, we have to, they could be a private community with a private maintenance of their own, but we have to enforce that maintenance under the new PCSM, which is supposed to be. It's very difficult still to police that. Yeah, it's an unfunded mandate, exactly.
Missy, thank you very much.
Yep, you're welcome.
Have a nice evening. This evening we have a hearing. I'm going to make a motion to open the hearing to continue the appeal of the Township Code Enforcement Officer's Notice of Dangerous Structure ordered to demolish. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any comments? Leo, I guess maybe you want to say something first.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rich. The board will recall this is the continued hearing for the Butts Miller dangerous structure. The zoning office has requested the services of Robert Kidwell, since we sit as the judge in this matter under the Local Agency Act, Hearing Act. They wanted independent counsel, received an email and a phone call from Mr. Kidwell, and also spoke briefly with Mr. Wolf, indicating that there may be a proposed resolution of this matter to be presented to the township. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Kidwell.
Good evening, everyone.
My name is Robert Kidwell for Sean McGlynn, the Township Zoning and Building Codes Officer. We have reached an agreement in principle to resolve the appeal of the Maryland Butts Testamentary Trust, to resolve the appeal from the Notice of Dangerous Structure for the property located at tax parcel ID number 12.11A.1.93. Attorney Wolf is here on behalf of the appellant, and I'd like to, at this point, recite for the board the terms of this potential resolution. First, the appellant would acknowledge that the building is in fact a dangerous structure within the meaning of Chapter 382 of the Township Code. The appellant would then agree to waive any right to appeal a finding that the structure is a dangerous structure. The purchaser of this property would be required to demolish the structure within 90 days of closing on the property, and that this stipulation, which is, again, the terms of which I'm reciting for you right now, would be incorporated into their agreement of sale. The zoning office would then issue appropriate certificates of non-conformity relating to the existing structures that are on site. To obtain those certificates of non-conformity, the appellant or purchaser would need to provide a signed and sealed survey by a state licensed surveyor or engineer. Further, any new development on the property would be required to comply with all applicable provisions of the Township Code of Ordinances, including all requirements related to parking, sewage, and other development standards. If the structure is not demolished within 90 days of closing, the township would then be authorized under Chapter 382 to demolish the structure and seek recovery of all amounts owed under Section 382-8D. The additional penalties that are outlined in that section would also remain available, including other fines, penalties, or costs that are authorized by the ordinance. The appellant and the purchaser would waive any defense to the township's exercise of its demolition and cost recovery authority under the ordinance. In the event the township did have to exercise its rights to demolish the property, that demolition would be without prejudice to the right of the appellant or a subsequent purchaser to obtain certificates of non-conformance as it relates to the structure. So that is the framework for this potential settlement, and it would be reduced to a writing over the coming days between myself and Attorney Wolf, and to the extent the purchaser would have input, his, her, or its attorneys. From the zoning officer's perspective, this resolution achieves the outcome that the hearing sought to achieve, which is effectively a determination that this is in fact a dangerous structure, and this stipulation would eliminate any possibility of a drawn-out appeal. And as Attorney DeVito can certainly counsel the board, if this board were to have a hearing tonight and ultimately find in favor of the zoning office, that could be appealed to the Court of Common Pleas of Monroe County, where it could languish for 6, 9, 12 months, and then there could be a subsequent appeal to the Commonwealth Court of Pennsylvania. So this property could, and I won't get into all of the rights of the township, but it could very well have been languishing in the court system for quite some time. But instead, this resolution would resolve this issue with some reasonable time frame. So with that, I would turn the floor back over to your solicitor. I think ultimately we would be looking...
First we have questions. I'm sure the board may have some questions.
Sure.
Do we have a purchaser right now for the property? Do we have a purchaser?
I believe, I'll let Attorney Wolf speak to that. I believe the purchaser that I believe the board met at your prior meeting is still in the fold, and if I'm not mistaken, is present this evening.
That was for the church.
Yeah, I don't think we met again.
Yeah, Robbie Miller was here last time.
Yeah. So, this is Andrew Wolf again, on behalf of the, So with respect to the stipulation first, I believe Attorney Kidwell has correctly stated that I think it resolves essentially everyone's problem here. Hopefully the township is satisfied with that as well. The purchaser, not to put words in their mouth, I think scared off after the first time we were before you, purchaser was here, was frightened that she would not, or her company would not be able to actually do anything with this property. Was not interested in keeping that structure, but was afraid of losing all effective use of that property because of setbacks, stormwater, wetlands and such. I spoke with the purchaser directly and relayed this information to her. Their intention, as I understood it, is to remove that structure and to do it without wasting a lot of time. Obviously, some permits, demolition permits and such would have to happen. I believe they've been through their due diligence. Last year, we were still under contract, and they had been under contract for some time. They subsequently canceled. They've indicated they are still interested in purchasing. So it's my hope that with this resolved, we would have this property back under contract, hopefully as early as this week, maybe tomorrow or even before the end of the week.
My question was, waiting 90 more days for a maybe purchase, and if she does back out, it's not going to be 90 days, it's going to be more. So I'm not sure why the purchaser is fixing it and not the owner. Why are we waiting 90 days? Why isn't it the owner fixing it before they sell it?
Sure, very, very practical answer to a practical question. I don't have money to do that. I was given a very difficult job with no money to do it.
The board's aware of your role.
I believe you was going to explain that to us several months ago.
So if this was to fall through, this sale was to fall through, instead of waiting, because it's 90 days from closing, so I don't know how long closing will be the contract. But if this falls through, would you stipulate to a lien and we can go do it ourselves?
I believe that's actually covered as part of this.
Right, so the remedies that are set forth in the ordinance include demolishing the property and then all costs being effectively fixed to the property by virtue of municipal lien. So effectively, that's what they're stipulating to.
But I thought that stipulation was if they didn't do it, the people that bought it. I would like that if this doesn't happen in a specific period of time from now.
And also, what about the old fines that are on there? How are we collecting them? That was mentioned in your thing.
The old fines not for dangerous structure, because that's been appealed. There are no fines for danger.
Wasn't there fines on the property, or did they?
I don't think so. I don't think so either. I think I looked at that, Ellen, and no.
And just to clarify my role, again, as Attorney DeVito pointed out, I'm hired effectively by the zoning officer to represent his interests in the context of this notice that he issued as a result of being tasked with investigating whether or not this was a dangerous structure. So things like prior fines that might not relate to this ordinance or this notice are beyond the purview of really this proceeding and my representation.
So going in with what Ellen and Brian were saying, could money be escrowed in the closing for the demolition of the structure? Because with your proposition, my concern is the township fronting money to demo the structure and then recuperating it from a buyer, which could take many months. So an easier way to handle it would be to escrow the money. If the township were to give an estimate of how much it would cost the township to do the demolition, the money's escrowed. Once it's demoed, the money gets released. I mean, that's what happens in a lot of real estate transactions when there's issues with the property. So would that be something that would be considered?
So when you're referring to an escrow, typically it's going to be escrowed
With the title company.
from the seller's funds. The title's transferring, the seller's funds are in there to ensure that the buyer is going to demolish the property, which creates a little bit of a...
Well, I mean, the
weird
issue
situation.
is with the seller, and the seller currently owns the property, so the seller would be confirming that the buyer would remove the structure, which is a contingency of the sale, correct?
Sure. I mean, the agreement will incorporate whatever terms of stipulation this body decides upon, so that becomes the purchaser's obligation. Again, I don't want to speak directly to the purchaser, other than I did talk with her last week, and their intentions are not to try and rehab that structure. They want to put it to other commercial use, better commercial use, which serves the township, serves the purchaser. So she indicated to me they want to get it demolished as soon as possible. I said it's 90 days, a workable time frame. She said absolutely, we would
So I think the question is, what if this deal doesn't, this transaction doesn't close? And that is a possibility. Hope springs eternal, if it will. In that event, the township still retains its rights to pursue the demolition, lien the property. And in that event, my only caveat would be that I would like that not to be prejudiced, with prejudice to the owner being able to still preserve the non-conforming structure.
Absolutely. And I think the goal is to help to sell the property, to get it into compliance. But my specific concern is the seller owns the property now, it's a dangerous structure, or it's under appeal. There's no skin in the game from the purchaser to actually remove the property, or remove that structure. I mean, unless it's a contingency of the sale, or money's escrowed in order to force compliance, or the township's going to have to force compliance to the buyer and front all the money for it, and then hopefully get reimbursed at some point.
Right.
That's my concern with that.
Understood, yeah. So if I didn't make it clear, the stipulation would be incorporated into the terms of the agreement of sale. So the purchaser would effectively be bound by the terms of the stipulation.
Okay, so it's, okay.
What is the trigger date in the event the sale falls through? That's what I'm missing. If we don't go to closing, I think that's what Brian and Albert and Natasha was going to ask.
My understanding, Mr. Vito, is that the buyer has been through their due diligence, and they're looking to proceed with a closing on the property. I would say probably within 30 days they should be able to close. I don't know if all the title work is done, but that usually doesn't take that long.
So the buyers get hit with tariffs, and now suddenly it's cost them too much money to close. They can't make the deal. I'm being facetious, but we all know that real estate closings aren't guaranteed until the checks are passed across the table and documents are passed back the other way. Well, signed, and passed back the other way. So my question is, in the stipulation, is that can we set an outside date as part of the stipulation so that regardless of whether there is a closing or not, the buildings will be taken down, or the township will be given, waiving all other rights? I don't have to run in for an injunction to get permission from the court to step onto your property. Under the ordinance, we don't, but I take a conservative view of property rights. So, I don't have to run into court. So can we get a date that says, come closing or no closing, by X, the buildings are gone, or I call Patrick, he gets a couple of dump trucks, and out he goes. And then we leave the property.
So just doing the math between the 90 days and assume 30 days of closing, you're looking at 120 days outside.
Outside. But regardless of whether or not it closes.
Yes.
Well, that's what I'm looking for in the stipulation.
Right, so we would put whatever 120 days is from today, assuming the stipulation gets approved, and we would put that as the effective drop dead date.
And if it's not removed by a third party, then Butts Miller are responsible for removing it. If they fail to remove it, we come in, and maybe we can incentivize this, we're talking about cash, that if it's not removed, we don't issue the certificate of nonconformance.
What is that about?
It's a non-conforming structure. It exists within existing setbacks and things of that sort. So in order to retain the right to put that building or put a building in that footprint, there has to be a certificate of nonconformity issued.
Once you demolish one of those non-conforming, you don't get non-conforming back.
But no, you can get this. We've done it. Where did we do it? We just did it. Where did we just do it? The board just did it. You recall? Somebody was concerned about the structure.
Fountain Court. Fountain Court was one.
Fountain Court was one.
Similar issues. Wetlands.
My other question is this property in danger of tax sale where we lose anyway?
It's not going to be up for tax sale because we've been protecting the properties by payment plans on our tax claim bureau until we can sell some. where most of the money that we do get in is going is to pay property taxes. Nearly all of it.
Can we put a lien on that now anyway, so it has to be satisfied on closing?
I'm sorry, it has to be satisfied.
Upon closing.
Do we have a cost on what it's gonna cost to demolish it? Do we have a cost on what it's gonna cost to demolish it, and how much is the lien gonna be? $1,000, $20,000, $40,000? I don't know, I'd say,
I'd say we don't have that, and how can we lien something when we didn't do the work? I think
my feeling is this. If it's agreeable to the parties. If we have an outside date that regardless of whether the property closes or not, it comes down. If it fails to come down by the outside date, there will not be, we will enter the property, we will remove it, and there will not be any nonconformities. That's a pretty big hammer.
Which is what we try to achieve in the stipulation, is to give the commissioners of the township an end date, an end in sight.
November 30th? But we're not going to issue a certificate of nonconformity until we review everything, the wrecking ball comes, the property is down, cleaned up, and now you can get your certificate of conformity. If you fail to do that by the end date, and we have to come in and do it ourselves, there will be no nonconformity.
Leo, and this might be more for Mr. Kidwell, can you do a nonconformity with the contingency? And I only say that because if we don't bulk somewhat on a nonconformity, the purchaser very well may walk away. So if we're trying to help the process, can we do a nonconformity with a contingency of some sort? I know it's not normal, I'm just asking, because if we just say no until it's done, the purchaser most likely will walk away.
Which is in essence what happened the last time. They were convinced that there would not be any effective use of this property without that nonconformity. What you have is commercial property with a billboard, and that's pretty much it.
No, I get that, but I think, whether we do a nonconformity with a contingency or make the issuance of the nonconformity certificate contingent upon the building being removed, sort of incentivizes everybody to get rid of the building, right?
Yes, I would agree with that, and that's my understanding of what the buyer was looking to do, is to put this, as soon as this property back into some proper economic use, which it is not.
I get that, but you can hear, the concern is, what if there's no closing? We need an end date without a trigger. Closing is the trigger, we don't want that.
Which is why I indicated, I think 120 days is the drop dead. I'm assuming a closing within 30 days, and then the 90 days from there. My understanding is the buyer is not going to be, no moss growing off, okay? They want to get this in, they want a demolition permit to be able to start putting this property to use. That was the clear impression I had speaking with the buyer representative.
And keep in mind that this is basically bullet points, a framework of a settlement that we've tried to drill down on and anticipate all these possibilities, but it could all be made subject to your review of the stipulation for the types of concerns that you're articulating.
I commend the effort, because it certainly eliminates the appeal, the 12 months, the 18 months, perhaps Commonwealth Court, it eliminates the appeals, it gets closure to this matter that's been very important to the board, but, and I understand your reluctance to escrow money, but if you give us, okay, we'll submit the engineer survey or the engineered report showing the dimensions, etc., and when we pull our demo permit and we knock the building down, you can get we can write that into the agreement, then you get your non-conformity.
Leo, sorry, and I'm playing devil's advocate being in
No,
real estate.
please.
And also purchasing lots of properties. I would not close on that property without the non-conforming permit as a purchaser, and Brian agrees too. I do know that there was a non-conforming permit issued for Scott Run Avenue, correct me if I'm wrong, Lindsay, and on the non-conforming permit, there was a contingency for them to hook up to sewer, right? And it was by that state, or the non-conforming would have been revoked. Again, I don't want to see the buyer walk away, but if that was me and I was the purchaser of that property, if I did not have that non-conforming permit in my hand, I would not close. I would not close based on someone's work.
Okay, but.
Sorry.
No, this is a good conversation because it's obviously the concern and we're centered in on it. The contingency, however, would have to come into effect or it's revoked. So I don't care either way from a legal standpoint, whether it's buildings down, yes it is, here's your certificate, or here's your certificate, and if the building does not come down by X date, it is hereby revoked. That's fine either way, if that's it. And the other one I was thinking of that we discussed and were willing to do it for was Alina in the living room roundabout, where she was concerned about that building and taking it down and having the footprint preserved. So that was the other one I was thinking of. But, I mean, Mr. Wolf, obviously, I don't know if you can speak for the buyer, but are you okay with doing what's required to get the certificate of nonconformity and having that issued with a condition that unless the property is demolished within 90 days, the certificate of nonconformity is a nullity, it's void?
I think that's a solution. I cannot speak directly for the buyer. I don't represent the buyer. I think that is a practical solution.
Well, perhaps as you're drafting it, I mean, I assume, since I know the zoning office brought the action, but the township, I assume, would be a signatory to the agreement?
That's what I anticipate.
Yeah, okay, so, I mean, I'll review it, I can get it to the board to review, and the language, sure, okay.
That's why I'm suggesting that, yeah, this is a broad framework, but to the extent that the township solicitor is going to have a hand in drafting this document, reviewing this document, then that could provide the comfort for some of the terms that you feel are problematic.
Well, I turn to the board.
Would we be waiving there's a unnamed tributary in that, would we be waiving the setbacks to that didn't exist when it was originally built?
The house, if this was agreed to, the building would be able to be constructed on the current footprint.
What current uses, parking,
That's-
whatever they need.
They had a small parking lot, I can see before, and I don't know if that's concerned again, but again, that's also in the setback. The setback goes into 611.
Doesn't it matter what's going in there? I mean,
That would drive the amount of parking they need.
And the stipulation provides that any new development on the property must comply with all applicable provisions of the Township Code of Ordinances, including requirements related to parking, sewage, and other development standards. So I would think that that could be fleshed out some.
so would that be the standards of today?
As we see here today, yeah, because nothing's been constructed, yes.
Just the structure, just the actual building. It's not the whole lot, it's just the building.
So to answer Mr. Lannon's question, you have a 2-acre property of which a very small portion is actually, can actually be utilized, and that can only really be utilized effectively if those nonconformities are recognized.
Yeah, I was just curious, because that setback for that unnamed tributary didn't exist when that was.
Sure, and it's the difference between having a commercial rateable there or no commercial rateable there, which, doesn't serve any interest to the township.
So do you know what they're putting in there?
I do.
Wouldn't we need to know that if we want to waive all those things?
Well, it's not, the question is not is a zoning nonconformity, it's much the use as structural. So they would still have to, it would still have to be permitted use or special exception use or conditional use within your zoning ordinance, and that's a commercial district. They have a fair latitude on uses.
And Mr. Kill, I think, represented for both Mr. Wolf and zoning that they would have to comply in all other respects to current zoning. So if they put in a use that required 100 parking spaces and there was nowhere to do it, they couldn't put that use in. Or they could see the variance from the zoning hearing board, but we waived that agreement in front of them, in front of the zoning hearing board, said, no, you've already agreed to do that.
I'm concerned about the setback for the tributary. So what are we giving them and what do we not have to give them as far as parking? Right, the house, the footprint of the house would stay the same.
Correct.
So, right, so that's why they keep their non-conforming.
Well, that's, yes.
But
That's
if
what
they
we-
need more parking than what's available and they're in the buffer of the wetlands or whatever it is, that we still have the right to say no on that?
According to the stipulation, I believe we would, right? than what was represented.
So what you have there at present is actually two structures. One which is the subject of this hearing, there's a second structure which is not actually referenced, it's a small office shed style structure. And a gravel parking area that is accessed off of Laurel Loop. Does not have an HOP off of 611, probably wouldn't get one. So your use is going to be limited in that respect, and probably the price with all of those considerations in mind. So intention is for a structure to be able to be constructed there that is accommodating the existing non-conformities as setbacks, wetlands, road frontage, 611, lower loop, side lot lines. Those are all non-conformities as to structural location, such that a structure of an equal size could be put back within those existing setbacks. Certainly the intention would be for buyers that they're going to be actually utilize their structure, including a parking area. As the zoning office can tell you, different uses generate hugely, widely different parking requirements. So that would all have to be taken into account by the buyer.
I'm not sure how that answered my question.
Well, I was trying.
No, that's okay, it could be me, but Leo, can you explain that to me in like, maybe simpler?
Well, I mean, I think what's being conveyed is, what's important is to be able to place a building on that property. And so the issuance of the certificate of nonconformity for the foundation, the footprint of that building is what's important.
Not the parking.
The devil is in the details, and that has to do with parking, other perhaps small outbuildings or what, but primarily the parking. And one of the things that we could put in, gentlemen, is that any required parking will not encroach any further than the building into the setback from the tributary. I think that would get us where we need to be.
No, I don't know, I don't necessarily agree with what you just said. You're saying the parking will not encroach any more than the building. I'm saying the parking shouldn't encroach at all. Under current zoning.
Okay,
That
now,
would need a waiver if they wanted to encroach.
now I'm confused. The building encroaches in the tributary? Right? Okay, Brian says yes. I'm saying that any required parking would not encroach any further into the tributary.
The current parking is in the front and to the side of the building. In other words, the front on the Route 611 frontage, and on the sides of the Laurel Lane.
I haven't seen it, so.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, for parking, I want the setbacks that we require, and Brian's saying you can't do it. So they're gonna have to ask for a waiver under our current zoning. But I'm not in favor of giving that to them now. I want to see what they're doing.
Why does that exist?
It exists, so hypothetically speaking, if this whole situation was not going on, and the Butts Miller estate came in and applied for a non-conforming use permit for that property, and it was not in a debilitated condition, wouldn't they be granted the non-conforming use based on grandfathering?
Yes.
Yes, and that's why, from the zoning office's perspective, there's very little consideration being given here to get them to waive their appeal rights and waive their defenses to any future demolition. So that's why, again, from the zoning office perspective, this is.
So as the property sits, is what they're allowed to do. If they want to do anything further, we would have the right to deny a waiver, right?
That would, it would go to the zoning hearing board. If they want to expand the non-conforming use, it would go to the zoning hearing board. And I'm sure we would be present, I would be present with our engineer to explain all the problems associated with encroaching into tributaries, wetlands, or other things.
Don't they have right under our ordinance? I don't know, some feels 100%, expand 100% of the non-conforming. Are we?
I think we're 50%.
So that would apply, right? That waiver would still apply to that, to their ability to expand 50%.
Typically, and I can look at the zoning ordinance to confirm, but typically, You're allowed to expand, but you're not allowed to increase any of the encroachments.
So I know that the buyer has had a wetland.
You can't increase the nonconformity aspect of it. You can expand, but you up to 50%.
In our case, the non-conformity was the use of
The use, that's a different story. The use is a different story. Now there is no use. This is just the structure.
Just for the record, I apologize, I was talking over Mr. Vito, just with part of the public hearing that we'll avoid. The buyer has had a wetland delineation. The buyer is aware of the current wetland boundaries by an engineer, so I'm assuming that was done correctly.
So Leo, whatever we would do today would not be final until we actually see the agreement.
Correct. Correct.
I think what we've attempted to give a line of words, to try and again, resolve the concerns of the three parties involved here, actually four deep with the zoning office, and we're trying to work the details of that out. But I hope that you, from this, understand what our intentions are to avoid a problem that the township has with this structure, while still allowing the property to remain viable, commercial, rateable for you. The other way, it's not just not going to. You don't have that many commercial properties, they're not making them anymore. This is a way of preserving a commercial use on that property.
Any other questions? Should I open it to public? Yep. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to make a comment regarding this hearing? Questions?
We do.
Yes, ma'am?
Well, we live in Laurel Springs.
You have to go up here to the podium, please.
I'll go with it.
Just state your name and your address, please.
Jill Jones, 5186 Spring Drive. We're concerned because that house sits right on the corner of Laurel Springs Estates. There's Laurel Loop and there's Spring. That entrance where that house sits is the only entrance in and out of the development. The school buses stop there for the kids, and all the parents park on that property right now. So it's a hazard. And then Dasaki built across, and now we only have the one way in and out. So there's no light there either. So it's dangerous. Takes me 15 minutes to make a left to go to work, just to get out of the development.
I hear what you're saying. Do you have anything permanent for the hearing tonight regarding the?
I'm just concerned. I'm concerned that if they block anything, we only have one way in and out. There's 63 houses in the development.
Yeah, I don't think they can block this.
Yeah.
That can't happen.
I hope not.
No, that can't happen.
Okay. And then where the Dunkin' Donuts property is, they blocked that little road with big barricaded rock. So God forbid, in case of an emergency, we can't get out that way either. Because that other property's for sale behind it as well. I don't know. The Dunkin' Donuts, the Pocono Eye, that's all one building, but there's property there and then where the house is as well.
It's the same owner. I think it's all.
They're all the same owners, correct?
I think it's also part of the same sale or not?
So
What's on the screen, obviously,
Yeah,
the property
Marks
parcel.
and everything, that property,
You
all
can see
part of
it
this?
now, go
no,
all the way
it's
behind.
two separate
the-
parcels, each about 2 acres. So where you see those two tractor trailers there is the road that goes,
Yeah.
the strip mall, that's a separate parcel.
That's blocked
And
off.
the boulders were actually put there by one of the prior trustees, which is one of the reasons why I have his job now. I'm not gonna name names, but.
I will if you'd like me to.
So, you know, that is a right of way through the strip mall, which I think is also, those boulders would be removed, because that's an advantage not only to the development, but also to that adjoining property for access on the 611.
But your buyer, are they buying all the Miller properties?
They initially were interested in both properties, and we're now just interested in what you have highlighted, which is the 2-acre property with the structure that is the subject of this hearing.
So they're not buying the other one either?
None of them.
The building
is also for sale, if you're interested.
I have nothing else to say.
Same
Thank
thing,
you.
thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience? Yes, ma'am.
Hello,
Hello.
I'm Alice White. I live at 5170 Spring Drive. I've been in Laurel Springs Estates for 43 years. I've seen a lot of changes, good and not good. That building has been an eyesore for years, and nothing has ever been done. And when the Butts House on the corner of Laurel Loop and Spring Drive, the owners were trying to change their zoning from residential to commercial for someone to own and operate a gun shop. I saw the advertisement in the newspaper. I got all the neighbors involved to fight it. We won. And the comment out of the Butts' mouth was, "You'll be sorry for this, we're gonna run this development down." Well, the parents are no longer here, but the daughter is, even though she lives in Florida now, I believe. And she has really destroyed the property. She's put up all kinds of dirt in front of what was the lake, and we now refer to it as the Laurel Springs cesspool. When the son, Butts' son, had his crane business, he would wash all his equipment, and all that oil and grease and whatever from his equipment would drain into the lake. And from what I understand, there's now supposed to be some kind of environmental thing going on with the lake, but I'm not 100% sure. What Jill mentioned about the Dunkin' Donuts, there is a lane there. I don't think the township has it, but there is a street sign that was taken down, and I think it was called Lori's Lane. The reason, I was told the reason they put big boulders there is the people that bought the Miller House was not happy with the people coming out of Dunkin' Donuts into Laurel Springs Estates with their headlights shining into their home. So they purposely put those big boulders there, which is really sad because the school bus drivers have no way of really getting around that Dunkin' Donuts parking lot, and they were going out there, and now it's been blocked. But as far as this building goes, I don't see how you can replace another building in there. There's a lot of wetlands. If anybody's been in that development, if you just walk along Laurel Loop, behind that building, all the way to the building, to Sanofi, it's all wetlands. I don't know how anybody could build there. I really, really don't. The children in the development do get the bus right there where that building is. Parents have to park on both sides of Laurel Loop, so it takes you down to one lane to get in and out where the parents are there. That property, when it rains, is all mud. Nobody can really pull up in there when it's raining because it's all mud. And you really need to go up there and look at it when it's raining to really see it. So I know somebody, you said somebody wants to buy it. You have right? You have somebody wanting to buy it. What's the time limit? Are they buying it within the next 30 days? Or are they buying it within the next 60 days? And when is the house gonna be demolished? At the time they buy it? Or do we have to wait for everything to clear and the 90 days start ticking then? I personally feel the building should be taken down by the current owners, not the future owners. That's my own opinion. I can go on and on and on, but it's very frustrating living there with how bad they've taken the development down. really, really take it down. I've had personal issues with that family where they said I stole the deed and notarized it, and after a 6-year fight, they finally walked away because they knew they weren't gonna win. I had a super good attorney at the time. He's no longer attorney because his wife became a judge, so he had to leave. But they've been a headache for a lot of people in that development. And I think when I moved there in '81, I was probably one of the youngest homeowners. Probably the only original homeowner left. Everybody has either moved away, passed away, and it's all younger people. So I have a lot of knowledge of everything that happened in that development. And I really think if you haven't been to that development, you really need to go and look at the property, and you really need to look at it when it's raining so you can see the water that is laying in the properties and on the road. Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience wish to make a statement regarding this hearing? Seeing none.
Rich, my recommendation, Donna, don't get upset, is that we continue this for two weeks, our next meeting, so we have a chance to put an agreement together, gentlemen, for me to review, get out to my board, and then formally resolve this hearing by voting on that agreement. That give us enough time. I know some people may be away. I know Andy's shaking his head yes, but Bob is trying to. I don't know what you're doing, Bob. Huh?
What's the date of the next meeting?
The date of the next meeting is what?
August 4th.
8/4. I just want to make sure Mr. Kim knows.
I can, yeah.
You can make it?
Yeah.
So, and once again, Mr. Wolf, you waive all applicable time limitations and requirements?
Yes.
So with that, it would be a motion to continue this matter until our next scheduled Board of Commissioners hearing, August 4th at 6 o'clock here in the municipal building, at which point in time, hopefully, we have an agreement, and the board then can act on that agreement to conclude this matter.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Brian. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We close the hearing now?
Yes, motion to close the hearing. It's continued, but we can.
I'll make a motion that we close the hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Natasha. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carried. Okay, so I would assume my motion for the appeal is null and void right now, correctly?
Yes, that is correct.
Under consent agenda, I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda the following items. Old business consisting of the minutes of the July 7, 2025 regular meeting of the Board of Commissioners. Financial transactions through July 21st, 2025 as presented, including ratification of expenditures in the amount of $537,306.26 for the following accounts. General fund, sewer operations, gross payroll, capital reserve, construction fund, transfers. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mike. Discussion? Anybody in the audience wish to make a comment regarding this before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carried. We have nothing under personnel, under my, I'll make a motion to have the township engineer conduct a traffic study of the following roads: Sky High Drive and Pocono Circle for the purpose of installation or recommendation of the speed tables and or intersection safety enhancements. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Brian. Discussion? Anybody in the audience wish to make a, yes, sir, please state your name and your address.
Lou Ginsburg. I live on 2139 Sky High Drive in Bartonsville, in Barton Glen. And I just want to say thank you, and I look forward to a favorable outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Motion carried. I'll make a motion to approve the following PTPD policies: vehicle use, crash handling, security, and management, personal protective equipment, crime analysis, Monroe County Control Center, property and evidence room, records division, records maintenance and release, protected information, animal control, Jean Cleary campus safety, temporary custody of juveniles. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
Just, I wanted to ask Jim if you were okay with all that, all those things.
Yes, thank you.
Any further discussion from the commissioners? Anybody in the audience wish to make a comment before we vote on this motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Motion carried. I'll make a motion to sponsor a Public Works team and police team to attend the annual Pocono Mountain Council of Government Golf fundraiser in the amount of $600. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Natasha. Discussion? Anybody in the audience wish to make a comment regarding this matter before we vote on it? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Motion carried. Ms. Lee?
Just one thing, question for Patrick. Laurel Lake in Township Road, correct? Would you, in your travels, if it's not on our list, would you look at the curve between MCTI and the lake? The lines are completely gone in the middle, literally gone. So someone brought to my attention, I drove ahead, looked, and if you could just take a look at it. Thank you. That's all.
Ms. Canange?
Yes, go to John.
Do you want to phone up?
Yeah, solar farm. Have you heard any more on that from DEP?
I haven't heard anything from DEP. I presume you got my email?
I did.
Nothing new to report. We're continuing to make our inspections. Their ENS controls are in place, and they are moving forward with installing panels and putting the racks up.
I drove by it the other day. I came down Sullivan Trail from Pocono, and it's still a lot of brown. There's not a lot of green. So where's the vegetation that they needed to plant?
I haven't been there, so I can't speak from personal knowledge, but I was told by the Conservation District that I think they've got close to 70% coverage, which is what is required, but I have no personal knowledge.
Because the whole top at the start of Sullivan Trail, like on top of Sullivan Trail, was all brown. I mean, very little green at all. So maybe the 70% is all on the bottom, but what about the top?
And I don't know the answer to this. Was the top disturbed, or was it just cut? I mean, if it was just cut, there's no need to plant anything.
I saw
They only have to plant where it's been rated or earth.
No, it was flat. It was graded, I believe. And a little further down, there were panels. And then there were piles of panels not yet installed.
Well, we'll be out again this week. I'll make a note and make sure we check that.
Top of the hill, yeah.
I'll check that.
At our board meeting on last Thursday, not the Conservation District, I asked anticipation market, and they're back to full operation with as far and in good graces. There's still enforcement action, but they're in good graces. And he said everything was green.
So it wasn't green Saturday.
We will look, we'll take pictures.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Yeah, I have quite a list here. On the kennel, where are we at with that? Because they were gonna, my understanding was they were gonna install an electric fence, and the point that the dogs get out, I thought, right after that, I mean, these dogs are not under the control of the owner, and they're not under control, they keep getting loose. And I've seen the videos, so I've seen the dogs loose. So where are we at with that? Lindsay or Jim?
So we did issue that enforcement notice for the first occurrence when the dogs got out. I believe it was July 2nd. So that gave them 30 days to bring the property into compliance and such, which is to bring or to have reasonable control over the dogs. So they're still still within that time frame, but we did review the posts that were installed underneath the fence to secure it more, so they did put, I believe it's chicken wire, and then there's cattle wire on top of that, as well as, looks like 2x8s on the bottom of the fence. Horse wire.
More dense than what was put in there originally by our original fence contractor. And we also fortified it with an additional wood board on the bottom of the fence all around. So that was done just recently.
I got an email that said they were gonna do an electric fence. Is that happening?
I can speak on that. They reached out to me last week and asked me my recommendations on electric fences, because I made the recommendation early on. So I know they're taking steps and efforts to find the correct system that's going to work for them. And as far as enforcement, anytime that we're called, we've been citing the owners, and that's going to require the witnesses to bring their videos and testify in court. That's the best we can do.
And your citations are being forwarded over to zoning? Is that?
Yes, our reports and our, not the citations, but our reports referencing the charge, yes, have been sent. Yep.
Can I make an additional comment?
Yeah, this is not a comment section, so.
At the last meeting, I had discussed about the Knox box. Leo was gonna look into it, so, for the public, Leo, I know you sent us an email later this afternoon. Mine went to my personal email, so I wasn't looking in there.
Oh, I apologize.
No, that's okay. But if you could, explain that.
Yeah, the Knox box ordinance, let me pull it up here, I had it out. Refers to, as far as existing buildings go, buildings that are equipped with automatic fire detection and/or suppression systems. The township has adopted the Uniform Commercial Code as amended. If you look at the definition of detection, fire detection,
Did you say automatic? What did you read out of the ordinance? I'm sorry.
I read out of the ordinance, let me get back to that. All existing buildings utilizing a commercial and/or industrial use equipped with automatic fire detection and/or suppression systems shall have installed a Knox box as defined therein. And the court, when I spoke with Paul, who was here, left expectation instructions, okay, but I spoke with Paul, and Paul issued or sent an email, and in that email, he quotes from the UCC, which defines a fire detector, automatic, that it's quite broadly inclusive, and it includes smoke detectors, CO detectors, and things of that sort. So I believe that the ordinance applies to all existing buildings that have some kind of fire detection device in that building, except for single-family residences. Now, if you'd like to if the board's wishes to make it clearer and actually incorporate that definition into the ordinance, we can do that, but I think it already applies.
So, if a building has a smoke detector in it that it's not automated and sends an alarm to the fire company, they need a Knox box? Because what is the automated part if it's not sending an alarm to the fire company?
There is nothing in the definition in the International Building Code which says has to notify the fire company. It says these devices would include any smoke detectors, fire alarms, heat detectors, or others listed and labeled for detection devices in accord with the NFPA 72. There's nothing that indicates that it has to be tied in or that a call has to immediately go to the fire company or the 911 center.
There's nothing in the fire code that says it has to be monitored.
Correct.
So if they have a smoke alarm, then they need another spot.
Yeah, I don't read that definition, we don't define it, and where is?
It's right there. You just read it.
I know, but where's it coming from?
From the NFPA.
Well, it's coming from the International Building Code, which is part of the Uniform Commercial Code that was adopted, construction code, thank you, adopted by the township.
So, if it's part of the construction code,
Construction code also refers to additions,
What about-
alterations, renovations,
I
and
understand that,
improvements.
that's not what I'm asking.
Okay.
If it's already existing in that construction code, they didn't, was different when these buildings existed, right?
But if they have a smoke
I'm not
alarm,
asking you, Mike, I'm asking Leo.
okay, but this is what I do for a living. So I figured I'd stick my 2 cents in, but if Leo wants to answer, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if they have a smoke detector, then it would apply. Or a CO detector, or a heat detector.
And so, I don't understand what's the difference then if you have a smoke detector or if you have none, you can burn the hell? I mean, like, what, are we trying to save people? Or, I don't understand why, what's the difference?
So I think, Alan, you and I, we agreed before. So I think, so I looked into it a little bit more too, and correct me if I'm wrong, Leo, but I think when it comes to a smoke alarm versus a non-smoke alarm, you're looking at a structure versus an accessory structure. So like, single-family houses, commercial businesses, based on zoning, and we're talking strictly commercial, are required to have smoke alarm systems versus a shed on a property. Let's just say the shed's the only thing on the entire commercial property. It doesn't have a smoke alarm because it's not a usable structure as far as habitability, safety, business-wise. I think that might be some of the discrepancies in definition.
Again, I mean, could we make it a little clearer? Yes, we could make it clear, and we could spell out that any,
I just think if somebody doesn't want one, we're incentivizing, take it out then, and don't have an alarm, right?
Well,
Take your smoke detector out.
Like,
don't want
they
it.
can't, because then they would be in violation of the building code.
Yeah.
There's
can't
practically
do that.
0 commercial buildings within the township that do not at least have a smoke detector in them. Even if it's a pre-existing, non-conforming building under the code that's following the IEBC, most people, with common sense, install fire smoke detectors.
Yeah.
See, this seems to be the more fundamental question to me is, do you want buildings to require them to have a Knox box? That's the fundamental, regardless of how you get there. We can always amend it. If the answer is yes or no, the ordinance can always be amended to be a little clearer on those issues. But it sounds to me like the fundamental debate is whether or not, from a policy standpoint, this isn't legal, but from a policy standpoint, the township wants to have or wants to require Knox boxes for properties, period. That's really what you're asking, Alan, because we can dance around the definitions, but we can also clear them up. So if you're saying, yes, I want to require Knox boxes, let's tighten it up. I can do that, that's easy. Then I include the Fire Prevention Act's definition in the ordinance, and we make it as clear, we make it much more clear.
I thought Sean, at our last meeting when we talked about this, I thought Sean said it does not include smoke detectors. This act.
No, exactly the opposite. I sent you the letter that Paul sent me from SFN. He said it absolutely does include.
I know what Paul said, but then Sean, I thought, contradicted that.
I don't recall that.
I don't recall that as well. I'm just.
Replay the tape. But
No, if you could send me the definitions and where you got them, because I thought we were saying that some of those things, that those codes are in, we didn't adopt. So I want to know that we're quoting the code that we adopted.
Yes, so Pocono Township, under chapter 145, adopted PAUCC, and under the PAUCC, they adopt the ICC code standards. So the 2018 IBC, which is the International Building Code that regulates commercial development, that has been adopted by the township.
And I just think we should communicate that better. I don't think it was
Well,
taking up the definitions, and I
that's
think
what
that
you
there was
wanna do,
discussion
yeah.
regarding the fines, so perhaps it is something to amend, or however we technically go
A
about
new
that.
letter, was, I didn't understand it, so, and maybe I misinterpreted it, I still believe what I think was right, but people might have felt the same way I did, and they need to know what's happening.
Well, again, the letter, I think, the letter was authored by the fire company, I'm not picking on the fire company, but it was authored,
It was sent out by us.
It wasn't,
was it sent out by us?
We sent it.
yeah, it was.
Zoning,
by us.
okay, I apologize.
Collaborated on it, but
So, I mean, all I need is direction. If you want all buildings to be subject to the Knox box ordinance, we'll tighten it up to make sure it says that clearly. Or if, and with regard to the fines, I know a few of the commissioners have some concerns about the fines. Certainly we could amend that too. We can amend the ordinance, so that's not an issue.
I don't think we need the ordinance, I think it should be voluntary, and I'm not for the fines, but that's where I stand. I think people can choose. They paid for all those automatic safeties, and they don't want a Knox box, that's their choice. They've already paid for all this stuff to alarm, tell the fire company there is a fire. I think the real problem is the fire company waiting for a false alarm, for people to come, let them in the door.
And if they had a Knox box, they would have to wait for it.
Or wait, if they break the door down or a window or whatever.
And it's a false alarm.
They have to wait for somebody, and it's a false alarm, they have to still wait a couple hours, maybe in the middle of the night for somebody.
To secure the building.
Can't leave the building unsecured.
I understand that, so.
And not only that, we've already approved this, there's already, I forget how many business customers in the township, 82 people, 82 businesses have installed these to repeal, and that would be very embarrassing. And not only that, as I said before, this not only supports the structure and the damage of the building, but it also protects the fire. So I would leave the ordinance being just the way it is. We all read it, I think it was a unanimous vote, there wasn't one nay. So let's move on. Let's move on. We've had a meeting, out of all the 400 letters went out, do I understand that correct, Lindsay? And I know you had a meeting here at lunchtime for businesses that wanted to attend, and 20 showed up. If you were a business owner, and you had a brief with this ordinance, they certainly could have attended a noon-type meeting, and 20 people only showed up.
But I just think, even though, whatever those definitions are, they are. But if somebody does not have that, they do not need a Knox box according to our ordinance.
No.
And that was not communicated. That was not communicated.
Okay.
That's all. I just think we should send it a better letter, that's all.
So, I don't agree with repealing the ordinance in full, because as a business owner, whether I agree with it or not, the fire company would like it, and I think that they are in the right. However, I would be in agreement to amend it to tighten definitions and discuss the fines. And I don't want to go into the fire company, the fire company.
Informing the public, like, we sent all these letters out, I don't think they were.
And I agree, I think if we amended the ordinance, Leo, correct me if I'm wrong, if we amended it, we could then issue a new letter to the business owners with the amendment, would that suffice?
Well, I guess the first question I would ask, are businesses questioning whether or not they're required to? That's the first question. Or are they just coming in and saying, what is required and where do I put it?
yeah, so we've,
I mean, we see confusion, I don't know that the businesses are seeing confusion.
yeah, it's been totally straightforward with the business owners. They've been coming into the township, they'll either speak with Erica or they'll speak with myself, and then directly contact the fire department, or we give them their fire department's website just to get information about the specific makes and models that they can install. But we haven't really received a lot of backlash from the public, nor do I believe the fire department has that I've heard of.
I mean, to me, that would be one of the issues is, are people coming in saying, do I need one? Here's what I have, do I need one? Don't I need one? I think if you're hearing that, then yeah, I agree. But what I'm hearing is 82 out of how many? About 400, so you're almost 20%. mean, whatever the
I
board
just
wants to
believe
do.
in informing the public better in there. If the board doesn't want to do that, so be it. I can pull something on my own Facebook page, so that's fine.
Not informing the public. You just want a better definition. And
I
I'm
want
for
the
that.
public to know what the definition is, not just throw it in an ordinance that nobody reads. I want them to
Do we know that there's an issue, though? Do we know that? Nobody knows. The questions I've gotten are strip mall owners, do we need one for each one? Or apartment owners, do we need one for each one? Or can we have one big, those are the only, I directed them to.
Here's the other question. So you have an apartment building, and every apartment, the door's on the outside. They don't need one, because the only apartment buildings have a common corridor for you.
I thought it was four needed, not box. Isn't it? I think it's four or more regardless of the entry.
No?
Three or more.
It's a corridor. Leo, did you read that part? It was.
While Leo's doing that, I do know at the informational session held by the fire department that you attended as well, Jordan and Corey made it quite clear that a lot of these are going to be situational. So not every building is designed the same. There's some older buildings that have kind of quirky vestibule areas. So they were going to go out, inspect on a case-by-case basis, and then inform the property owner where they would prefer that Knox box to be installed. And then from a tracking standpoint, we have been receiving pictures of all of the Knox boxes, and then anybody not in a tracer, so that we have information as to where it is installed on the property.
And I attended that meeting too, and there were people that did not want this. There were many people that did not want it, so, at that meeting, at the fire committee's meeting. And it was confusing.
Let me find out.
People that don't, that want to be able to see.
They want it, they should be, they
Yeah.
can have it, but they shouldn't have to meet them.
You don't have some type of compliance, and people are not, some people want it, and now you have 80 plus businesses that have installed them. Maybe they wanted to make sure they were in compliance because of the ordinance itself. Now, if you remove, whatever, a fine, or remove, make it more lax, they're gonna say, well, then why did I spend the money on this since,
Well, I've been screaming about this for months,
well,
so.
but you voted, Emily, you voted for it.
I know I did.
Well, then,
And
move on.
shame on me.
Well, move on.
No, I have the answer if you'd like it. It's all dwellings, multifamily, either existing or new construction, that have restricted access through locked doors and have a common corridor for access to the dwelling unit shall install the Knox box.
Right, and have the common corridor. So if you don't have a common corridor, you don't need one. That's what I'm saying. That's not clear to the public. And we had a lady at the meeting speaking to them.
Then those individuals should come and talk to Lindsay or Paul and get a clearer definition of what they need. And is that happening?
Well, we've been directing them to Corey and Jordan just because it's
Okay.
fire chief discretion, but yes.
But it's not chief's discretion of what our ordinance says or doesn't say.
But there's nobody here from the business complaining about it, saying, you know.
They were at that meeting. You weren't there.
No, I wasn't there. I heard there was 20 businesses that were there, out of 400. But not if you're the owner. If you're the owner, you can make your own hours. True story. At least I think so.
Well, again, we're talking about policy considerations of the board here. And the question is, and we're not listed as an action item, matter of fact, it's not even on the agenda as I'm seeing it. So any action would have to be taken at our next meeting. But it's a policy decision that needs to be sorted out. And what I'm hearing is, do we want better definitions, clearer definitions? How do we want to adjust the fine issue of the ordinance? And then lastly, is it to be required is it voluntary? If you want a Knox box, you're allowed to have one? Or is it mandatory that if you meet the requirements, you have to have it? Those are what I see as the three decisions that the board needs to make.
And whether we're gonna communicate when you need one, what criteria is that you need one to the public.
Well, that's fine. What I would do is, personally, I would
You
just
post
send,
it on our website. I mean, it's a simple thing. It's communication with the public. I can't understand the board's resistance to telling the public.
But as of right now, the letter that went out said all commercial businesses must comply.
Right, and that's
So
wrong.
that was a notification, but it's not wrong.
It is, if you have a common corridor, you must comply. If you don't have the common corridor, you don't have to. How can you not have a common corridor?
I don't have common corridors on 10 unit. I have individual doors.
You
I
have
spent
to.
differences.
Are they
No,
in a row?
They're row, but they all have individual staircases, so you wouldn't consider anything on it.
That
No,
needs to
we're
be
still installing one,
communicated.
but
You're still what?
installing one.
Don't you know, put on this.
Hell no, it's 10 different keys.
10 different keys? Well, there you go, 10 different keys. Okay, so you can walk. You know, Leo brings up a good point. The agenda is published at least by Thursday or Friday of the previous meeting. And things need to, if you want something on the agenda, I'm talking about the commissioners, we need to communicate that early enough to the manager to get it on the agenda. You see Mr. Wynot? He has all his things, you know, labeled, so he got there. Ellen, you put 2 things on, but now we're on the knockbox, and we're in violation of our own, you know, whatever, policies, I'll call it. And then Natasha did
The Knox
all.
box was a follow-over from last.
But it's not on your agenda.
Well, I asked for it, it didn't get
When did
there.
you ask for it? After the, you asked
Well, I
for
was
it
on vacation
after
last
the
week.
agenda was published.
Well, I was told
To
the
the public.
website was down, but it doesn't matter. Everybody adds something to their thing.
Well, it doesn't make it right, does it? Doesn't
We
make
can
it right.
discuss anything we want.
Yeah, I guess you can. You can
I'm
whistle
not,
Dixie if
I'm
you
not
want.
looking for an action item. Okay, and, I don't know, Jared, if you had time, but we were discussing the budget today of what the admin costs, we were putting that together.
It's not completed yet.
Do you estimate it?
Well, a date, when was that?
Yeah, like next meeting or not next meeting?
Yeah, we can have it done by the next meeting. Some of the change orders that come in, like they were here working again today on the fire system.
Yeah.
So
I
that's
just wanted to, like,
you just want grand total or?
I just wanted to date, and then, I know it's gonna change. because
Yeah.
Things are still coming in, I get that, but whatever we've done to date,
Okay.
thank you. And then my last thing is, right to know. I know we get a lot of them, I'm sure we get a lot of them. And one way to cut down on staff time and save money is, you know, the only reason you need the paper is if somebody wants to appeal. Otherwise, we can give anybody anything with the few exceptions that there are, and without the paper. So, we post the minutes, that's good. I think we're doing videos too, right? And we're recording this meeting and it's a video and people can request that?
We do have that. It wouldn't-
And we have audio.
Yes.
So why wouldn't we post those also and and not make people go to a right to know and use our staff time, when we could just put it on our website, just like the minutes, and it's there?
We would need that policy changed. We still have the old policy from 2017 that after the minutes are approved, the
Well,
records.
that's the audio, but not the video.
Yeah, we don't have a policy for video.
Yeah. But I'm just bringing it up, I know we can't take action tonight, but I'm just bringing that up. Why would we do that and save Christiana, because he's the regional officer, some time?
The other, were you in class in PSATs? I think you and I were both in that one.
I've been to, no, I don't know if I was anything with you, but I've
That's
been to a
Central
facility.
Unit.
No, I want to list everything you can, so you don't have to miss yours. Yes. And they've said it for decades.
The one that I was in, actually Jacob was in Liberty, we talked about it afterwards, they said it's a very dangerous thing to release non-redacted video, audio of the public.
The county does it, the school board does it.
Yeah, we did do a deep dive on this. The county does do their meetings. Pleasant Valley and East Rutherford school districts do it as well. No other town is currently doing
Well,
it.
one of them does a whole
sync video live posted on their website.
Yeah. Why do we have it, why are we doing the video and we let them do a right to know? Why don't we just put it out there? I don't understand why we're doing it if we don't want the people to have it. If we don't want anybody to have it, why are we doing it?
Well, we have Zoom. Yeah, we have Zoom. We also did a deep dive for what other townships do what. Most townships either use Teams or Zoom. Smithfield uses Zoom and also YouTube as well. They leave the video for 2 weeks and that's remote. So it's a policy up to the board of what you'd like to do.
Wasn't there an issue a few years ago in Paradise that there was a video pulled from like 4 years prior and like all their zoning and everything got
big issue with
over a technicality?
I was involved in that lawsuit, and we told them what lawyer to use that stood the best chance of beating this, but that they weren't going to in the end. And finally, in the end, they went back and found a public meeting in the 1930s that wasn't properly advertised. And the lawsuit was to void every single public meeting since 1930 and make the township go back and do every last bit of business from 1930.
You didn't hear about that?
Yeah, that was settled outside, of course. Yeah.
And this is 20 years ago. It was from the quarry on Red Rock that we didn't even want. No, we didn't want a competitor to have deeds. So that
was on Kings of Gillis.
Yeah.
I lived in Paradise.
That was me.
And I was on the committee to oppose it.
Unfortunately, I worked for them.
So I don't.
But that's what finally settled. And they have the right to this day to acquire that property. They don't want to. They never did. And see, that's something I'm going on.
Well, you know,
because it's just a tactic.
I don't have a problem if I say here at the meeting, put it out there. I don't have a problem.
So it's the same thing, and we're diving down the weeds. It's the same reason that I insisted that the Trout Event Center come back before this board, because the waivers weren't. I wasn't here, but the waivers weren't voted. I found out an hour after the meeting, it was approved without the waivers being voted on. And I told Vincent and I text Jared, it has to go back on the agenda. I don't care that it protects the developer, it protects the township.
We do spell and vote on each waiver. We do a single members package.
It wasn't that night, and that's why I text you immediately. And that's something like that. 20 years from now, 30 years from now, what's this township projected?
I don't know.
Certainly does.
I think there's a statute of limitations.
There's two of them. There wasn't that.
There are statutes of limitations which, known as the discovery rule, typically, most frequently you hear about it in malpractice, medical malpractice. 2 years to make a medical malpractice claim from the date that the patient knew or should have known that there was a problem. So you take something simple like they left the sponge inside the sponge case. As opposed to going in to get your right leg removed and having the left leg removed, where it's obvious. But sponge cases, let's say that's not determined until 5 years post closing the patient up. They do an X-ray or a CAT, and now they see something that shouldn't be there. The 2 years to bring the lawsuit would start from knew or should have known. So you have to be mindful that while there may be a statute of limitations, if it's hush-hush, covered up, and nobody knows except for a board, and then suddenly 6, 7, 10 years from now it's disclosed, the statute would then begin to run.
And my last thing is, the food truck ordinance, did people send you, I sent you.
I received 2 comments. I received Mr. Velarde's comments, and I received yours, Ellen, but I didn't receive either no comment or anything.
You received mine.
You saw it.
I saw it.
I saw it. I did not see it. When did you send those, Brian?
The day I said it.
And he knows it because he was there when he said it.
I specifically checked for those.
Friday or Saturday.
I think it was Saturday.
I went through all those yesterday.
Oh, you missed it.
I'll tell you what, Outlook is crazy.
No, I did. I mean, I went through a boatload of emails since I was out of the office for 3 days. A boatload, and I didn't see it. So, but are there any other comments from Natasha or Rich? Because then I can take those, put it together, and have it on my next agenda.
I didn't try, I like Brian's comment.
Can you forward that to me? Sure. All right, I have the comments, Brian.
Did I miss Leo on the?
You missed Leo.
You did, you missed
You
Leo.
missed Leo.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So
I
we
did
not
go through
miss
my
it. We
emails.
all missed you.
Trust me. No, listen, I missed things, but obviously I was missed. I wasn't important, because I only had the comments from you, and from Mike, because I triple checked that even with my paralegal today, saying I need all the features.
Did you send yours all around, Mike? Or did you just say it's okay?
No, I didn't say it was okay. He shortened, he went from 100 feet to 50 feet on one of the issues, and he talked about the permit application date, cutting it down from 60 to 30 days. Those were Mike's two comments.
Yes.
I'm not losing it yet. Still got it. Still know what I'm looking at. But Rich, so you agree with Brian's comments. Natasha, I don't know if you have any independent comments. I don't have comments from everybody. Mike just sent me Brian's, so I'll incorporate those and have it put together.
And you have mine.
I have this, yep.
My only comment was minimizing as much as possible, because the original and even the suggested versions are a little bit too much government for my taste. But I'm only one.
I will prepare a draft and I will let government do its thing. Debate what they want or do not want.
That's all I have.
Mr. Wynot.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to cut this down and not read everything on here as far as the actual ordinance. But I'd like to make a motion to advertise to amend the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 470 zoning, to amend Section 470-8 to include the definition of recreational use, public, nonprofit, non-commercial, amendment to 470, Attachment 1, use schedule, to include recreational use, public, nonprofit, non-commercial use, permitted by conditional use within all zoning districts, and repealing all ordinances and parts of ordinances inconsistent herewith.
So, I don't know what you're changing. I don't know what you.
Well,
I'll second it for
yeah,
discussion.
to get the discussion.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we've partnered with Pocono Heritage Land Trust to preserve local lands. Currently, our zoning requirements hinder recreational uses like hiking, fishing, nature due to parking requirements, signage requirements, lot size minimums, and picnic facilities. So for a entity like us, a government entity, or to do a park, I want to cut that back to include the definition. So a recreational use which is operated by a municipal, governmental, or nonprofit organization and is open to the public for purposes of recreation, including but not limited to municipal, state, and federal parks, state game lands, open space, and natural preserves.
Does anybody have any other questions?
It's an issue right now with
The Mater Preserve.
Mater Preserve, where we would have to do waivers and condemn land to give them enough room to do this.
So right now in our zoning, it requires picnic facilities, signage, parking spots, ADA parking spots, and it would leave the Mater Preserve not able to be accessed unless we started condemning people's property. So that was,
Waivers.
Which property is this?
Mater Preserve.
Like, why not change it now?
Yeah, and And then from a zoning standpoint as well, they're only permitted within the recreational and commercial zoning district. So, a lot of the areas in the Pocono Township are not permitted to have any sort of leisure or passive recreation.
So there's actually a lot of properties in Pocono Township that are part of conservation with Pocono Heritage Land Trust that they cannot do anything with to open it up to the public because of our zoning requirements, and if they can get it, all the stuff that they have to put in to do it. If there's a property that can be accessed for, hiking, whatnot, do we have to turn it into a full-blown picnic facility and everything else? I guess that's the question that's up for debate.
So we're just trying to strengthen that partnership with them, and we're trying to work with them. I've been keeping around when I do with them from a big park. We have their ear, and this is something that they want.
This is really just for parks, it's not for like private.
No. No, it has nothing, it's purely, it has to be.
I don't know what the section title is.
Well, this is gonna add right into the definition that it's operated by municipal, governmental, or nonprofit organization, and it's open to the public.
Anybody else have any questions for Brian before I open it up to the public? Anybody in the public wants to? Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Explain this to me like I'm an 8-year-old, okay? What you're doing is in coordination with the Pocono Heritage Land Trust, so that people have better access to our recreation and our beautiful lands and our open space and all of that good stuff.
They have properties that we can't use, that they can't let the public use because they don't have enough parking, they don't have proper signage, they don't have all the restrictions that a commercial property would have. And we shouldn't be doing that.
No, they're a nonprofit. They're nature. Yeah, we should impose restrictions on nature except to save it and preserve it.
And we have to actually take other people's lands to give them more to make them build a parking lot. We're going to pay paradise to put up a parking lot.
Yeah.
So where would
I'm a
you,
developer, and I don't believe.
Yeah, Johnny would disapprove. All right, I wasn't really understanding what you were saying. You're just trying to create better access without a lot of red tape and bureaucracy so that people can use our open space and our parks. Sounds like a win-win.
so my only question would be, if I'm gonna use that space, where am I parking?
Well, I don't think they want no parking.
Okay.
But
Ours would require at least 4 parking spots and a handicap spot, which
Just
is
like
a
our-
spot would then have to be paved rather than just regular non-purpose.
River Road is like, the only thing paved is the handicap spot, that has to be, but
Yeah.
which was a trick.
But between grade and everything else and putting everything in there, do you need something that big for something that's as successful for the public?
And I made it myself, all the questions in here, all.
Sir, I think you had a question.
I think I'm gonna make a bullet point already.
Anyone else have any? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carried.
So, the next, I keep getting calls, and I know Natasha does as well, and this is a joint effort between Natasha and I. And it's a motion to advertise an amendment to the Code of Ordinances zoning. Same section 470-8 to include definitions for domestic animal, poultry, or fowl. Basically, this is to allow chickens, not roosters. So my proposal would allow homeowners to responsibly keep hens, not roosters, primarily for eggs in a regulated control manner. Provides clear standards that the residents can follow, and it's improving compliance because we get calls every single day. The highlights would be chickens would be permitted as an accessory use for single-family homes across all zoning districts. Roosters remain prohibited to minimize noise and disturbance. And then there would be some clear limits established on the number of chickens based on the size of the lot, not a prohibition or a fee per chicken.
No fee per chicken.
Does will this ordinance provide that they have to maintain, like the chicken coop, I'll call it, with be clean and whatever? Is there any heat in there?
There is. Owners must maintain sanitary conditions, parentheses in the notes that I have. Regularly clean the coops at least twice a year and dispose of the waste properly. Feed must be stored securely to present rodents and this would align Pocono with other townships in that border.
This also aligns with what the planning commission had put together with the workshops with Nancy. The only thing that Brian removes is the permit fee to have to pay it.
I don't want money given out of our residents' pockets for taxes or a fee to have a chicken.
My only difference in opinion on the entire thing is the restriction of roosters. I think a rooster should be allowed based on acreage. Because here's the thing, there's chickens all over Pocono Township, they're not allowed. There's roosters, they're not allowed. Are we really gonna start enforcing a no rooster policy when we don't even enforce the no chicken policy?
If they're next to my house.
Well, you're welcome to, if you go, but based on your acreage, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, for instance, let's use my house. I have 20 acres. So you're gonna restrict the number of chickens I have, and you're telling me I can't have any roosters. Well, I don't have neighbors right on top of my property.
Okay. I
So-
can tell you like the previous owner, he had to go out and put the roosters in a trash can with a lid on it.
Which the previous owners still have chickens in Pocono Township.
Well, that could be, I don't know. Well, that's right, he does. But he doesn't live in Pocono Township either.
Not him, prior.
Was there a second to the motion?
Yeah. I think so.
You seconded.
For discussion.
Yeah.
Who's seconded?
I think.
Rich did.
I think as long as there's a coop and they're not free ranging and there's no roosters, then I can maybe buy into that because I know there's people who want this.
I think we would need Leo to draft the ordinance, and then we could tweak it from there as far as roosters, amount of chickens, on how many acres.
We've done those for other municipalities, it's not gonna be a problem.
No, we don't want a rooster, I just don't want it.
You told you can't have them.
What?
Just told you can't have them.
Exactly, my point, I pay taxes.
You want a little cat.
What?
You want a little cat.
I'm allowed to. I'm allowed to, but I don't have chickens. Isn't that awesome? I can have a mini cow, but I can't have a chicken.
Mini cat.
A mini cow's a mini cow.
Anybody else have any quick concerns before I open up the vote? Sir, I think you had go ahead.
I mean, I look up the thing right here on my phone for the ordinance. First, my name is Frank. I was up here earlier. I'm a Pocono Township resident. And I'm looking at the thing that says any dog, cat, basically equine, bovine, fowl, sheep, goat, porcupine, animal. Basically, I think it would have to be limited. I'm guessing that the thing would be drafted as such, because I don't want somebody next to me with a half an acre or an acre putting a big cow on it. So I think that it would have to be specified to the number and what animals can be done. I have a neighbor across the street. They had a rooster. I called it in, and the rooster was taken out.
This is specifically for fowl or chickens.
It is specifically, okay, because I'm looking at this.
We are going to have a limit. I wrote down some limits based on other ordinances around, but I don't think we'll talk about it.
Okay.
It's like,
I mean, just because if it's not in there, people will take advantage of it. And not for nothing, but I don't want to hear a rooster all the time. I had to deal with that 2 summers ago until I came down to the township. So, you know, again, in fact, there were actually 2 roosters. I can hear one on either side.
I have a
again.
driveway sensor. I have a driveway sensor, I have a long driveway, and I have a driveway sensor that's a rooster, and that drives me.
Yeah, right?
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience?
Barton Glen is run by Barton Glen Homeowner Association. We have bylaws, rules, and regulations. One of our bylaw provisions is poultry is not allowed. Chickens, roosters, cats and dogs are okay, but chickens and roosters, poultry, fowl, ducks and geese, they're prohibited. If this ordinance is passed, how does that affect Barton Glen's bylaws, rules, and regulations?
Your bylaws are
Yeah, your HOA.
I'm sorry?
Your HOA governs your,
Yeah.
your property.
Now, you might have to take something to court to stop them if they don't listen to what your bylaws are. But
Okay.
Because your bylaws would override these.
My other question is, I'm not an animal husbandry expert, but what good is a chicken if it doesn't have a rooster? How are you gonna get eggs from a chicken if there's no rooster?
Chicken will lay eggs without a rooster.
They just don't get fertilized. Seriously, they drop eggs every day, they don't get fertilized. The hens, and you don't get little baby chickens, and you don't get waking up at 4 in the morning.
But like I said, I'm not an animal husbandry expert, but when you said chickens are okay, but not roosters, I'm thinking, well, what good is a chicken if there's no rooster? How's a chicken gonna lay an egg? Anyway.
The chickens know what to do.
Chicken has to be like 6 weeks old or 6 months, something like that.
In any case, as long as our bylaws are not overridden by this ordinance, yeah, we may need to have to go to court over it. Somebody's gonna have chickens in violation of our bylaws, well, that's gonna be on us to have to enforce that. But if you go ahead and approve that, well, so be it. But I would prefer that you not do that, so we don't have to go into that. And Mike, you know for a fact, since you live in Barton Glen, you don't wanna have chickens, whether they're cooped or free range or what, you don't want chickens running all over the place.
Our lots are too small.
It's bad enough with the geese down by the lake, and now have to worry about chickens with your neighbors. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, sir? Jared, how about the clock up there, because I think we're probably senior woman. Yes, sir.
Tim Coover in Henryville, and you guys have a tough job on trying to regulate things that neighbors don't want. We moved here in '62, my father did, and when we moved to Henryville, there was something over the hill called a gun range. Sunset Hill Gun Range is still there. I'm not happy with that every day, but it's still there, and his property touches my property. So it's not an easy task that you're doing, but one thing I'd like you to consider is having too much government involvement in residents' property. I own some property. If I want to have chickens, I feel if I own the property, I should have the right to have chickens. Now, I'm not in the business to offend my neighbor. Fortunately, my property's big enough, it's not going to offend my neighbor. But the thing I see moving forward, a lot of discussion tonight, is more government involvement in my life. And I know you have to police some things, but this would be a hard thing for you to police.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Charles Kepler. There are a lot of exceptional value waterways here in Pocono Township. Does your proposal have any provisions to ensure that chickens are kept away from waterways so that their droppings, runoff from their feed, and things like that aren't draining into any of our waterways?
No, but I did bring it up with the conservation district meeting because you need a manure management plan if you have bigger animals. Chickens aren't included in that. The state doesn't regulate chicken raising.
Okay. I think it would be a good idea for the board to consider that. I know we have a big geese problem out here. I know a lot of the geese like to spend time. I live in Pocono Laurel Lakes. The geese spend a lot of time around the lakes. Their droppings all drain into the lakes, and it turns the lake into, well, kind of a swamp. I would hate that to happen elsewhere in Pocono Township, especially to our exceptional value waterways. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Yes, sir?
Kyle Hazelton, resident. I have thanks to Mr. Belvin over here, I have a proposed that was talked about. I'm already a chicken owner, I'll fully admit it. 184 Crescent Lake Road, you want to come find me, come find me. So in the proposed here, for 14,500 square foot to half an acre, you're allowed 4.
That's what we're, yeah.
So it's just a comment.
Yep.
So from half an acre to an acre, it's 6. like, you're gonna allow 4 on half an acre, but an acre you're only gonna allow 6. If you go by one of our close townships, which is Chestnut Hill, they allow 2 per quarter acre. And on a second note, as far as roosters are concerned, they do offer, other than noise and husbandry, they actually do help protect the flock from predators. They are an early deterrent for the rest of the flock.
Thank
So
you
they
for your
do.
comment. Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Dawn Isleberg, Scout Run. As for chickens, I do think that, I don't have them yet, but if I have 12 acres and if I want to let my chickens free range, I want to let my chickens free range. I wouldn't want, I think it should be by property. You know, if you have 12 acres and you have 4 chickens, they eat the bugs. They're great for my dogs. I mean, I've talked about getting them myself because they eat the ticks. So I think that we should really look at sizes of property and do it that way. And as for roosters, they're out there. I hear them. They don't bother me none. If somebody lives in a property that's not bordering, I don't see why they shouldn't be able to have a rooster, especially back in the woods, because they do protect the flocks. And they do, we get a lot of predators up by us, so if I had chickens, I think I'd like to have a rooster, unless it's annoying. You know, if somebody comes to my house and says, hey, Dawn, your rooster's screaming up a storm, I'll get rid of it, but I think there should be something that gives large property owners the right to maybe have that rooster. Just my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
One more comment?
Why not?
I just wanted to mention again, with regards to the cleanliness, which you touched on, are there any regulations as far as being away from other people's wells? Because when I lived in Stroudsburg, we had a half an acre, and the guy next to me decided to put his chickens right next to my well, like within 10 feet of it, right? Because my well was at the back corner. So
We had setbacks.
for somebody who, you know, is in a smaller, I mean, I'm not, but if somebody is in a smaller community, their needs to be met as well. So if somebody has a half an acre, it's not, you know, they're not looking at.
Yeah, you know what, and this will address Charles too. I copied this, it's not in order. This coops and runs must be at least 25 feet from property lines, 50 feet from streams and wetlands. But it doesn't specify wells though.
I mean, I would definitely specify wells, because when I lived in Strata Township, the guy put his coop right there.
Yeah.
And in Strata Township, it was a little different in that you had to have 50 feet, I think, on either side of the coop, and his lot was like 100 feet, so he really couldn't even have it.
Thank you. Anyone else? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? I think we need to flesh it out a little bit
Yeah,
more.
I agree.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr.
Alright, motion to direct the township engineer and solicitor to perform annual review of outstanding escrow accounts to ensure escalation factors accurately reflect current market conditions.
There's a second? Second. Second by Mike. I think we do this. I don't know if the engineer or the solicitor does this, but don't we, doesn't our bookkeeper, review the escrow accounts?
Which escrow accounts are you talking about, Brian?
The construction escrow accounts.
You're talking about contained in the improvements agreement?
Yeah.
I don't know that the FPC provides it.
Can I offer just one point of experience? Strata Township had an escrow for a piece of property that was adjacent to a development that I was working, and the developer went bankrupt. The escrows were not updated in terms of the cost to complete the work. And when the township had to pull the bond from Texas to complete the work, because they had not been regularly updated, the funds weren't adequate to complete the amount of work that still remained. So it is important that you take a look at that on a fairly regular basis. And the engineer should look at the values to make sure that they're consistent with what the cost to complete that work is today versus 5 years ago or 10 years ago.
We have a project like this right now where a developer was supposed to put in an EQ tank, and and we have a letter of credit with them, but if we were to have to go and do it now, that letter of credit's not enough to build that thing.
Yeah.
So it would just be an annual review.
Yeah.
That's what you're asking for.
But, yeah, before, I think we have it. I think there's language in the developers agreements, regarding that.
Yeah, I'm looking at the MPC now, and I talked to John, and I think you're correct.
Anyone else? Any comment?
I just think that's a good point, because especially in things that take years to do.
Yes.
You get a $10,000 escrow, and by the time you get it done, it's $50,000.
Yeah, the other thing to correct this is don't give the developer the certificate of occupancy.
But that doesn't get you your money.
No, but it's like a perform. Anybody in the audience want to make a comment regarding this before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carried.
This has been an epic failure, so
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to rescind the paid parking program for all non-county patrons at the conclusion of the summer season budget for Labor Day. Which, it was gonna end Labor Day anyway, but I want to officially put this to bed, recognizing and empathizing with the community concerns expressed regarding the financial impact on visitors and residents alike.
Second.
I agree, but I did have a question, because I went up to the park yesterday, and I saw she was sitting on top of the hill, doing that, and don't know where I was when she was doing that. But, how are they collecting money? Are they collecting cash?
No, it's the square part of the
They have a sport, oh, I didn't notice that, yeah. And how are we reconciling that then? Like, is she writing down like license plate numbers? Like, how do you know, like, if 10 people came in, she has 10 people on a list? Or is she just working for it, and we can't reconcile?
We can't bring it up right now, we don't have any camera system on that,
Yeah, it's
on
not
that
good.
part of it.
Yeah, we're just not good internal controls.
Well, the problem was also, if we move them down and prevent the bottom lot, then it becomes a standout issue, because essentially it would be stacking of cars on that road.
Same thing with TLC, there's no good place to do it, TLC, and it's just,
Well,
it's public money to build a public park, let people enjoy it. And people coming over, I was here, my son's grandparents, my kid's grandparents were all in here, they want to come watch him play baseball, they're gonna pay, whatever it is, $10. So I'm gonna end up paying, so it is coming out of the revenue's pocket. I don't know that,
But, so,
but we do have to take care of our parks.
Patrick, what's the feedback from the park staff? Has the overall condition of Mountain View improved since we started charging, or no?
I haven't polled them on that. I was gonna wait till we complete the program. I know that the process of collecting the money has gone more smoothly than what we had anticipated. We were concerned about stacking, about how the process would work. And it's actually gone quite well. But I can certainly poll them at the end of the season and give a report to the board.
So, as of last meeting, it was $1,600 budget.
Yeah, it was $1,652 for the last one. I did speak to one of the park employees while working Carnival. He did say that it has cut down on some garbage.
Paying parks to do a job, until we can't afford for them to pay.
But you're paying parks to do a job at taxpayer expense.
Okay, so then can we get a
Money,
rid
then the money we had.
of
That's the problem. It's not it's cost prohibitive.
These are all good questions, so if I may, I think it would be beneficial at the end of the season, which is approaching quickly. We can do a quick analysis of funds collected versus wages paid, right? I have that. And then we can also get, if the board has specific questions, in addition to the park, any other comments, I can pull the staff.
I would like to, because there's been a few negative comments that have come from this. However, when Pocono Township made the announcement on Facebook and one of the news stations covered it, the majority of the comments were positive, coming back from the residents. So there might be a couple who are upset, but that's just maybe tweaking our policy with it, but the majority of people are happy. with the charging. Stroud Township does it. It just, if you have to pay to go into somewhere, you're going to treat it with a little bit more respect than if it's free and it's a free for all. No, but you have to pay $10 to throw your garbage on the ground, that's the difference. So at least you're getting something out of it.
We're not getting anything because it's us.
This is larger ceremony, because it's ending in.
Yeah.
Well, it was ending for just the season. We passed,
Yeah.
was it just for the season as a pilot?
Yeah, it was a pilot. So,
I'm not waiting for it. I would like to revamp at the end of the season to see, I mean, we're doing this in the middle of July. We're a month and a half into the program versus after it's done, after Labor Day, assessing the whole program as a whole and seeing how it did. That's my take on it. I'm one of them.
Yeah, and I think when I voted to do this, my opinion really was TLC Park, because some of the comments that I would see, especially about the splash pad, they were coming from Luzerne, Lackawanna County, Lehigh County, and not that I want to say they can't come, but it's our residents that are paying for the upkeep of TLC. And I know we didn't do it this year, and I didn't make a big deal out of it, but now that we own Glenwood Hall, I would hope the board next year, or looks at TLC and Glenwood Hall, possibly, we're probably only gonna have one driveway anyway, right?
We did close the other one off, that was a requirement, and they're too close to one another.
Right, but maybe there's a way, and I agree, you don't want stacking on 611, that's for sure, and someone getting hurt. But maybe there's a way just to look at that, because, don't get me wrong, if people wanna use our parks, fine. I think we said anybody in Monroe County can use those parks free of charge. But if you're outside the county, or at least out of 183, that there's a parking fee.
But what are we gaining? Because we're only paying the employee, not even.
It was
We have no
never
money to
it
pay.
was never to make money, it was just a,
Yeah, it was really to offset the cost of whatever.
But it's not.
But if we're not,
But-
if we still have the same amount of staff, it's not offsetting it.
but it was never to make money.
Yeah,
It was, Pocono Township residents are paying for these parks, the upkeep and the staffing and everything else, and I would say a good half of Pocono Township doesn't use our parks because of the trash and the overrunning of them.
Yeah, you go over to
Versus you have to pay to go in, and you really wanna go in, if you are a non-Monroe County resident.
Yeah, if you're a Pocono Township resident, you wanna go to TLC Park, and there's all the places are taken by front players, I'll call them. So that aggravates the living hell out of me.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And do a drive-through, see the number of cars.
I think our parks and public works do a great job keeping the parks. I don't think the parks are dirty or messy or littery.
They do a great job, it was just to try and help offset
So
a
if we
little
don't look
bit.
at a new program, I would look at, but we're not gonna set up, and I don't see how we can set up TLC.
And it's not fair.
There's always a way.
And it did this all, yeah, there's always.
Always a way.
I don't think that's like, I don't, this is.
It's gonna end anyway, Brian. So
Yeah.
Why don't we just, I'm gonna make a motion, we can table this one for possibly, January, February, March of next year, and maybe come up with. Is there a second to table?
Second.
Second to table. All in favor?
Can we make public comment on things that are gonna be tabled?
No.
No?
If it's tabled, there's no discussion,
No
there's no
discussion,
vote.
no discussion. Robert's rule says no discussion on the table.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Brian.
Okay, the library. So, I'm on the advisory board for Northampton Community College. I worked with Northampton. They allow community use of their library for $10. We worked a deal out together. Pocono Township residents can use it for $8. Further, for any Pocono Township senior citizen, veteran, or low-income family, I'm paying the $8. Until there's a Pocono Township library. That's the temporary solution that we've come up with. We're gonna have a process in the township by which you're gonna have to come here to get a certificate to go up there for the $8 as a Pocono Township resident, or free if you're a senior citizen, veteran, or family.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank Dr. David Ruth as the president and Tracy Schroyer is the executive dean. It took a couple weeks, but we worked out all the details.
Thanks, Brian.
And last,
Should we be sending them that email?
sure. And last, I'd like to make a motion to raise the TDU annual fee from $500 to $2,500.
I'll second that. Discussion?
Transient.
Airbnb. So,
Vacation rentals.
Airbnb.
so this is a way, again, looking at creative ways to raise money. I think I said it in this meeting before I said it at the planning commission. We need $160,000 a year for new income into this township just to pay cost of living increases that all of our employees deserve. This particular way is not affecting any of our township residents because it'll be passed on to the people using those Airbnbs. And this takes our, raises our income $156,000. Just over, I think there's 78 currently, there's 78 units.
71 active applications and then 7 pending information.
Yeah, where's my cheat sheet that we know this? It was 136,000 currently we get, and this would take it, no, it's 95,000 currently, this would take it to 195.
Yeah, with, if the current ones are approved.
Yeah. It raises $156,000, right? Currently, the income's current, or the township's current income is $39,000 each year. This raises it to $195,000, which is an increase of $156,000. And it doesn't impact our residents at all.
Any commissioners have any discussion or concerns? Anybody in the public have any comments regarding? Yes, ma'am.
You all pay your employees COLA? You pay a cost of living increase for your employees, is that what I heard Brian say?
Yes.
Contractual.
So I would like to say, commend you on that, and I think this is an excellent way to raise money and put more money into your coffers so you can continue to pay your employees a cost of living increase, because everybody deserves that, and thank you for doing that.
Thank you. Anyone else have a comment? Yes, ma'am.
Just a quick question, TDU, that's for.
Transient dwelling unit, which is nothing more than an
Yeah, but that's
Airbnb.
only commercial property, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's
Commercial and recreational.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone else? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carried.
That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Velarde?
Okay, I have, well, it seems to be a bi-weekly routine now. The Golden Slipper Road update, what's our status? Does anybody
In speaking,
have anything?
yeah, I've spoken with Logan, the senior project manager. Latest I received is regarding the schedule. Yes, we are still on track. As we feared, we did encounter some rock during our excavation, but much less has been making steady progress. They will be working hours of 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. and the crew has been working Saturdays and will continue moving forward. The goal is still to have final paving done and the road fully open before mid-September.
Cool. And do we have anything new on the tent city in Martin Glen that's no longer got tents but still has a busted up tractor and piles of wood and piles of dirt?
Yeah, so we did speak with the property owner, and we decided not to enforce the judgment under zoning just because it was for construction without permits. But we did give them until the end of the month to clean up the pallets, the tractor. There's some rain barrels and things like that. But he is also in communication with Helen in terms of 4-year fill for the septic system. So.
Great, thank you. And now for,
Can I just ask a question on that, Mike?
yeah,
Did you say zoning waived the fee? Because I thought that was a board decision.
No, we didn't waive any fees. We're just choosing, well, I guess, Leah, you can touch on this, but we're not imposing the judgment just because the stipulation that was made at the hearing has been met, essentially.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of the stipulation. Was Anthony there or somebody
Anthony
there?
was there. It was
Okay.
Anthony and Sean, I wasn't present.
Okay, so apparently, and I'm not aware of this, but apparently The deal was you're in compliance with the removal of the tents. You have until 30 days to remove the other junk and debris, and that's how the matter was resolved.
But my understanding was there was a fine and then they said we don't have to pay it? Because I don't know that they have that authority.
I think they just settled the matter at the hearing contingent upon those stipulations.
Yeah, I can look into that and let you know. I don't know.
Please, yeah, thank you. Sorry.
Okay, and for Jerry, can you speak about the mold remediation and testing?
You mean on
The old building?
so throughout the years, well, I don't want to say throughout the years, but throughout this library debacle, there's been a lot of questions regarding whether or not there was or wasn't mold, or if the building is just in a poor condition. To go back to 2023, we had found that a employee had taped their vent in their office because they were too cold. It left the air just spinning around, which created additional condensate in the ducts. It had dripped down between the walls. Surf Pro was out and noticed that there was some dry moisture. The township did go ahead and authorize $12,000 to mitigate it. At the same time, LaBelle and Associates was called in to do air quality monitoring. The air quality monitoring passed in all employee offices, along with the meeting room. And jumped to 2025. There was also the allegation again of mold from the library side. We had Clean Scene Remediation come in. They had done thermal imaging of the floors, ceilings, and walls, found no trace. They took it a step further, had taken 3 sheetrock sheets off the wall, and along with pulling the carpet up 20 feet, no active mold or trace of mold or any kind of moisture was found. There was a question of whether or not the stain that was on the carpet was from water damage. That we did have the carpet extracted, and the stain came up, went away, and did not return. So, along with air quality monitoring again from LaBelle in 2025, showing an even better AQM index.
So,
Go ahead.
okay. So when they first came in, Greg, because the crack in the floor in the meetings room and the water was coming through the floor, was my understanding. It was wet, and that's why we had the dehumidifiers there for eternity. Maybe they're still there today. So was there ever mold and it got remediated, or there was never ever mold?
There was,
I don't look at those reports, but I'm asking the question.
there was, I don't have, I mean, I have the LaBelle report. I'd have to check the other two now for the 2023 what came from Surf Pro. But there was dried moisture. There was no active mold spores found. So just dried moisture, that's where they cut the water log, sheetrock out, bleached everything. It was steel studs, so there was no wind studs that had to be cut out. And then just put everything back together, replaced some sheetrock, and that was it.
We have those reports, the initial ones.
Yeah, I'll have to look at Taylor's email. I have the LaBella for both 2023 and 2025. I'll have to see if I can find Surf Pro, and I can also send out a Clean Scene.
You don't have to copy, just send them out.
Okay.
Thank you.
And one last thing, Jared, can we put that library use information on the website? The library use that Brian was talking about?
Oh, the thing you just announced.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, I mean, we can do that, so.
They're gonna have to come here.
Well, yeah.
To get the reduced fee or the free, they're gonna have to come here anyway, so.
Right.
That's up to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it can't hurt, it does offer an alternative until we figure out some kind of permanent library solution.
And
I think everyone here is still dedicated.
$10 fee is for a year?
It's an $8 fee for a year.
An $8 fee for a year?
And it's on the Pocono Township route already.
Oh, cool.
Awesome. Yeah, put it on Facebook, please.
And their hours change.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Reports, zoning, do you have anything for us, Lindsay?
Just briefly, we had a relatively slow enforcement period since the last meeting, but we did send an enforcement notice under property maintenance for 5511 Elmwood. This is the property that we had enforced against last year as well, but there's a number of bulk items stored away in the backyard that neighbors are concerned about. And a couple of updates about upcoming hearings. We have the big time basketball civil action. It was filed for initiating construction activity and expanding an existing home occupation. This started back in, I think, November or December of last year, but that has been continued to August 28th at 12:30. And then we have a couple of upcoming public hearings that Leo also had on his agenda. But if anybody has any other questions for me.
Anybody have any questions for Lindsay? Lindsay, thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry, I do have one, and maybe you said it and I didn't hear you. The one that is going, had the appeal, Sears Way, do we have a date on that appeal?
Yeah, that's going over the board of common pleas, but I haven't received anything for that yet.
Thank you.
Chief, I see first of the month clip. I see you have a motion here. I'll make that motion to accept MOC. Software contract for clean information for all driver's licenses, motor vehicles, criminal history, PFA, hot vehicles, law enforcement, messaging, access to NCIC and FBI, PSIN, and International Justice Repository. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mike.
We need to put the amount in there, don't we? The dollar amount?
So, go ahead.
Go ahead, Chief.
You want me?
Go ahead.
Okay. So this is a software, we wanted to contract with this company, and they have a contract that Leo had some concerns about, some issues with it, and I knew that the board probably has no idea what MOC is, so our records management system coordinator, Corporal Austin Engelmeyer, has put together a presentation. The patrol officers, including Austin, came to me. This is the software that's going to help us with electronic filing of traffic tickets, non-traffic citations, and accident reports. We're going, obviously, we're transitioning away from paper and handwritten citations. So this is the software that Austin prepared to explain to you how well it's going to work, how it's going to effectively work in the field. Go ahead, Austin. David.
Hello, I'm Corporal Engelmeyer, Pocono Township Police. So, real quick, because this could get a little bit confusing, that's how technology is. So real quick, the way this all started was in 2023, the county integrated a new records management system through Tyler Technologies. Records management is where we do all of our reports, and was supposed to be where we were going to do our tickets, our non-traffic citations, our written warnings, and our accidents. However, there was a speed bump. It was taking a long time for Tyler Technologies to build that out. They gave us false promises, and we just couldn't wait any longer. We were getting rid of our other RMS system, which was Visual Alert, to cut costs. When we didn't want to have to be using two RMS systems at the same time. Which was basically what we were doing. We were using Tyler to do our reports, using Alert to do our accidents, our tickets, and our non-traffics. So we moved into looking for an alternative. Tyler continued doing their thing, trying to build out that stuff with Stroud Area Regional. And we decided to look different, so we went, you just go back 2 slides and I'll just tell you what. So we decided to go a different route with a company called TEG, and they have what's called tracks. TEG started in 1999, they're based in Pennsylvania. They serve thousands of police departments and other agencies in the United States. The big one that they have in Pennsylvania is the Pennsylvania State Police. Since they have this Pennsylvania State Police contract, Pennsylvania State Police then pays for tracks for municipal police departments. So it was really a no-brainer. Their stuff's all built out. They update all their information constantly through the state police. And then we would be able to, you can go to the next one. we would be able.
And it was free.
And it was free, yeah. I'm gonna get to that part. So we're able to do traffic citations, non-traffic citations, written warnings, and our accidents through tracks. So we have tracks already. That's free. It's paid for by the Pennsylvania State Police, and we're already using that. You can go to the next one. Basically, like I just said, the tracks allows you to e-file your tickets, your accidents. All that stuff goes directly to the state and to the courts. And the reportable accidents go directly to PennDOT. This reduces paperwork, the actual paper. It also reduces time when you're doing your citations, doing your accidents, because it's all integrated right on the computer. We don't have to use two different systems anymore, like we did before. It also eliminates messy handwriting, misspellings, and incomplete and incorrectly filled out forms because it doesn't let it go through. The computers also are integrated with barcode readers, which reads the registrations and the driver's licenses, so an officer can scan it, pulls the information over, some of the information over, and then it makes it easier to do it, to write a ticket or a written warning or an accident. It just populates it immediately. But there are limitations with that because it doesn't pull over everything that we need. It's just the way that the barcodes are set up, which I'll explain later how Mock kind of helps that. Like I said, it's funded by the Pennsylvania State Police. The limitations on that are that they are in charge of it, so there's really no changing anything. They're the one that makes the call. But it works very well for us so far, and I believe around 600 municipal departments in the state of Pennsylvania use tracks. So you go to the next one. So that brings us to Mock. So Mock is owned by TEG. Basically what it is, it's an interface that connects with the tracks that we already have. What it does is it allows three different things. Real-time GPS, which is already integrated into the system so that the officers can see each other moving around on the screen throughout a map, which for safety issues helps the officers know where the other officer is if they need help, or if they're going to back somebody up, or they're not getting communication anymore through the radio as to where officers are. It's built right in there, and they can literally see the areas move around, which when we get to the next one, I'll show you what that looks like, but literally see the other officers move around. So for safety, it's good. For strategy, it helps. If you're looking for someone and you have to make an area and you don't want to go to two officers at one place, you can basically see where the other officer's going, so you can maneuver where you need to go to. It allows for messaging, basically like instant messenger through officers, and that's all controlled and you're able to see it. It keeps a log of it. But the key behind the messaging is that there's stuff that goes over the radio that probably shouldn't go over the radio, and the public, for their own safety, doesn't really need to know or hear. So that basically allows for that to be closed, so that it's just going back between officers. And it's also cross-agency. So Pocono Mountain Regional currently uses Mock. They've been using it since 2022. We would be able to message with them, send information back and forth, bolos, things like that. Stuff that we might take a little bit extra time to get a hold of somebody or call somebody, when we can just send it car to car through the messenger. And then the most important thing after the whole safety issue is it's basically a full service program. It pulls all the information from your license and registrations over just by a click of a button. So I put in a plate or put in a person's information, it already comes up on that screen. Basically right now, what we have to do is use the other program to pull up people's information, pull up the registrations. If the barcode doesn't read or doesn't pull the information over, you have to then type it all in, and it just takes time, takes your eyes off of the traffic stop, just really adds to everything. So this, you type that information on, it brings it up right there in front of you, basically the same thing that Control Center's seeing, and then you can import it right into your ticket, your citation, or your accident. And then it also pulls up all the stuff from CLEAN, which is the Commonwealth Law Enforcement Assistance Network, and the NCIC, the National Crime Information Center. It pulls all that stuff, which is basically your warrants, your PFAs, your gun permits, all that stuff. That right now it's a little bit more difficult to see, and usually we have to get that information directly from Control Center. That'll all pull directly in so we can see it. And the last thing is it pulls up the DOT photos for 34 different states in the United States, which we don't have those capabilities right now unless you really have to dig to get them in a program that we don't use when we're out on the road. We usually only use them when we're back at headquarters. So that's great for identifying people because we get lots of people from out of state. They provide other names. We can't even look at their pictures, so if information comes back, sometimes you have to assume that might be the person because you can't really see what their picture looks like because it doesn't come back like Pennsylvania does. So this allows for 34 states to do that. You can go to the next one. So real quick, this is just a quick picture of what the GPS kind of looks like with how a map comes up, and then you can see the little arrows are all police cars moving around. That's not from our department, but that's just an example of how that kind of looks. Go to the next one. So it's tested in Pennsylvania. Over 150 agencies use MOC. Like I said, 600 use tracks, but 150 of them use MOC. I just put up the agencies neighboring that use them in the counties nearby, just so we can communicate with them through the messaging if they choose to and they want to communicate with us. That makes it quicker if there's instances where we need to communicate through that, whether we have a question about an incident or something. So you can go to the next one. So basically, the whole reason behind this presentation, so we looked in the mock, we wanted to try it. I reached out to them, we talked to someone with their organization. He basically said after we talked to him that they would allow us to try it for 6 months for free, and that it would be a no-cost demo through 2025. Basically, our plan when I talked to Chief Wagner was, since we have to prepare, if we do decide that that's something that we want and that the board approves, that we need to kind of get a better idea before the 6 months. So our plan was to do a 2 to 3 month period where officers can try it. It's going to be in all the mobile units, so everybody will be trying it, using it during their daily routine. Then after that 2 to 3 months, then I'll have a survey that'll be put out so that then the officers can give me feedback, and if we like it, then it's something that we push for and try to get. Or if we don't like it, then basically we say we don't want it anymore. They shut off the interface, and it's really it. We'd still keep tracks, but that would be turned off. So, like I said, basically, when it comes to the decision of yes, they continue use. If we say no, they're going to remove it. If we do decide to have it, basically what we're looking at is the agreement would start the last day of the year and then end on the last day of 2026. It's $45 per computer per month, which equals out to $540 per computer per year. Right now, we have 9 mobile units with computers in them, which is $4,860 per year. If we were to ever add additional mobile units or additional computers, it's just that regular $45 a month fee. Like I said, that's only if we decide after the 2 or 3 months that this is something that we want to proceed with and that the officers feel will be useful. I can go to the next. So basically, our goals are to really use it a lot. You do the trial period, make sure that guys are using it on a daily basis, really trying everything, making sure it's something that they want, so that it's cost efficient and, you know, it's not a waste of money for the township and for the residents. And then make an informed team decision of whether we want it. And then continue to monitor, if we do get it, monitor that it's being used and that it's worth the money. So that's really what the goals are. So, I know I said a lot, but is there any questions or anything that confused anybody?
So 6 months for free to try it?
Yeah, so it's six.
That would take you to January of 26, correct?
Yeah, I misspoke. So when we originally talked to the guy, which was back in May, end of May, that was the 6 months. So that, yeah, so I apologize. So it was 6 months from then. So the contract was already written up, and with a little bit of a delay with the contract, that it would go from that date. They obviously they haven't put it in since we didn't sign the contract, so it would be to the end of the year from right now.
Does that eliminate the state police free service?
No,
So
no.
you keep that also on top of this?
That's going to be free, hopefully, for a long time. That's free to all municipal departments. I haven't heard any word of them trying to pull that. The tracks, like I said, no matter what the decision is, the tracks is still going to be available to us, and it's at no cost.
So they can see each other on there, is that just something they don't allow the other municipal departments access to?
The state police?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just don't allow it, and they can message each other in car.
Yeah, they do.
They just don't allow the.
Yeah, I think it goes in the same lines with the radio communication. I'm not sure why they do that. But.
And it's a private company, right? It's not the state doesn't own it.
No, it's a private company. Yeah.
Has anybody ever tried to negotiate with them?
Yeah, I did.
I have a question.
I did.
Okay.
On this new one, Mark?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They don't negotiate.
Okay. I mean, it's.
No, they don't negotiate.
No, it's a niche thing, so
They have the terms of their contract.
I was concerned with some of those terms, like the warranty and merchantability, they're waiving that? I mean, like, it doesn't
Yeah.
have to do what it needs to do.
Well, we can't sue them. If it doesn't do what it needs to do, we can't sue them for it.
Yeah, but I thought that was a given from the, like, UCC.
You might think so,
Right.
okay? And, you know, it's also, below that is the parties agree that the use of lock and clean is at the user's sole risk. So they're limiting their liability. Their arbitration clause, I prefer non-arbitration. If there's an issue, you go to court. They also had to change, they did agree to change the contracting party from Pocono Police to the Township of Pocono. I will point out, if the board is inclined to say, okay, we'll try it for 5 months, there is an auto-renew component to this. So if you guys decide that you're not going to do it, you have to give them notice at least 30 days before the end of this year. So somebody should have it flagged on their calendar at, 45 days. If you say, or the board says we don't want it, or you guys say we don't want it, that you have to notify them so they can take them out.
That's exactly why we chose 3 months trial period, so we would be well within that time period.
Leo, is this the actual subscription agreement that you negotiated with them? Because
I did negotiate, but yes.
Okay, so paragraph 5 is a 1-year term starting December 31st, 2025 through December 31st, 2026. 6 is we shall pay a monthly subscription fee of $0 per computer. The renewal period, which would be 26 to 27, is then $45 per computer times 9, located in paragraph 2.
Correct.
So there's no fee at all for the first year? They're waiving that completely?
There's no fee from today to the end of the year, but I would be cautious and I would terminate in accordance with the contract.
So by
November.
By mid-November, if you know, you should say we're out.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but that's not what this says. It starts
Oh,
December
no,
31st.
I understand that. I'm saying out of an abundance of caution, since they're not willing to modify their warranty provisions, waivers, and they're saying we use it as our own risk. I don't want to get caught up where we say, you know what, December 30th, we don't want it, take it out.
The other
But it's
thing is,
free
it's
on
not
the
a
first term. That's
I-
according to what it says.
I understand that. No, I'm not arguing with you. I'm saying out of an abundance of caution. If we're gonna terminate it 30 days prior to the quote start date. Because really the start date, once you sign this, is when you put the equipment in the car. There are no warranties, everything else would apply.
This, okay.
There's nothing in here that, I mean.
The start date's not until December 31st, doesn't say anything about starting it now for a trial period.
I agree, but they're telling us that we can put it in the cars, but before we put it in the cars, they're gonna have to sign this.
How long does it take to?
They said they could do it in 2 or 3 days. I think it all comes remotely. It just turns on.
I do.
So can you look at 5, the initial term?
I did. Yeah.
Okay, and then 6 is a monthly subscription fee of $0 for the initial term. So the first year's free according to this contract. That's literally how it reads. For the initial term of this agreement, the initial term is December 31st, 25 through December 31st, 2026, and then subsequent renewal is $45 per computer.
So they're giving it to, well, you're right, I agree.
Yeah, what it looks like.
Sorry, I'm
Yeah,
not
I
so
agree.
crazy.
No,
I'm
I
reading
agree.
this.
I agree, I mean.
So sign it out.
You might want to get it clarified. I don't know that that's the intent. It's basically a free trial till 2026. So,
And what I'm
when
saying,
we get started, we should be able to, correct me if I'm wrong, we should have a really good idea.
It doesn't have
We
anything
really,
about that.
we're so busy, we have a really good idea if this stuff's working.
I know, that's what I'm saying though.
Leo?
But it doesn't have anything about
Yeah,
that
see,
free
there
trial. that
there
you're
is a,
supposed to
there is a definite conflict between 5 and 6, because they refer to the first renewal term,
For
but
$45.
they're treating the first 5 months as being the initial term. Even though it says the initial term,
Yeah. Leo, also in number 6, it talks about 30 days and then it talks about 60 days. So we want to make sure our notice, if you wanted to terminate, is not necessarily 30, maybe it's 60.
At least 60 calendar days prior to termination date of the contract.
With a renewal term. So you have to give them.
For each additional renewal term. TEG shall give the subscriber a notice. At least 60 calendar days.
I mean, we just need to know the
oh,
terms.
yeah, no, you're right, you know what, it's the 30 days. I got the 30 days from changing the number of computers. You have to tell them, if you add a car and you want to put this unit in, 30 days prior to the expiration of the term, you have to say, hey, I need a 10th computer for this upcoming year. The 60 days, there is a 60 day.
Well, it's 30 days in 5, and it's 60 days, 30 and 60 in 6. So it depends on the year.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they didn't want to negotiate, but their contractors were, and I think we probably could stick it for a year and a
So
half.
let's stick them for a year and a half.
Yeah.
They don't want to negotiate. Sign it.
But it wouldn't start December 31st. That's what my concern was, no, because it doesn't,
2026.
December 31st of 2025 is when it starts. There's nothing in here regarding the couple months of review freebie before the actual contract starts, which is $0 anyway.
Other
You have to
than
pay in
saying,
full 30 days before it starts.
Correct, but it's $0 for the first year, the initial term.
the initial is
Literally,
zero.
the contract's a mess.
It doesn't start till
Yeah.
business day is small.
Your interpretation, their interpretation could be totally different.
Six.
It's what's in black and white.
Yeah, well.
You don't negotiate. Here you go.
If everybody signs it, it's black and white contract.
Yeah.
Sign it. Sign it. And then see if they negotiate.
But listen, you screwed up, now you want to talk.
Yeah, that's all I negotiate.
Well, I had a question on the thing. You said you do the messenger thing. Is that texting or is that voice messaging?
It's texting, yeah, so you would, it's like, just like AOL Instant Messenger was, it kind of looks like that. So like I said,
You all have cell phones, right?
yeah,
And you text now, right?
yeah, it would be more towards, like I said, what it'd be with Pocono Mountain Regional, or
You
other.
text them, I'm sure you.
I don't, I mean, I honestly don't have many of those guys, I don't know many people up
Yeah,
there
I mean,
anymore.
what if you don't,
Yeah.
whether it's encrypted or
Yeah.
not? I mean, Chief and I have been discussing this for months at this point, and, I mean, it really comes down to, unfortunately, at the end of the day, all the databases are not linked. And, how long do we want one of our officers standing on the side of the road or in a house, waiting for a gun permit? It generally takes, 15, 20 minutes from control center?
It takes a little bit of time.
To tie it all together, it just overall helps the productivity of the police officers. We've looked at other software options, and this is the most comprehensive software that's out there.
already talks to their own system.
Yeah, it talks
And I
about.
mean, all the cell phones are not all township paid for, correct?
No.
No.
So this
No.
would keep the texting in a database, so if you,
No,
that's what I'm saying, so
right.
it's,
Yeah.
everything would then be centralized and
And they don't work everywhere.
documented versus
Yeah,
personal cell phone.
and I reached out to Pocono Regional, talked to several of their supervisors, and they had nothing but good stuff to say.
How is that working though? Where you don't have cell coverage, it's the store.
Our internet's been way better, since things have been upgraded. It's been a lot better. There used to be certain areas where we lost it all the time, but.
We found better antennas, more expensive, but they are much better in the dead zones. It's kind of like what you see, the big box on top, like what state police has.
Yeah, with the new system and with tracks, we rarely lose it anymore. Not compared to what it used to be. You would lose it on 611 in the past. So we don't, it's a lot better than that.
Let me say this. Every once in a while I get questioned, I think I'm going a little crazy. The initial term of the agreement shall be from the effective date, which is when we sign it, until December 31st, 2025. So the free term, I thought I read it correctly. The free term is for however many months are left after we sign it, okay? And then it shall automatically renew for 1 year, and then additional periods of 1 year. And then it talks about subscribers shall pay TEG a monthly subscription fee of $0 per computer for the number of computers identifying prior issue for the initial term, which is the freebie.
Okay, so it's giving us now.
I thought I read it correctly. Something like that I thought I would have seen, but I looked at it, I'm like,
Okay. Good job, listen, I'm glad you had your crap together, Leo, good job.
That's why he gets paid the big bucks.
Don't sign it yet.
don't sign it, and then have me go back and say, it's 26 for free. And be like,
So in the end,
and then I give you all the tricks.
in the end, Austin, you guys are using it now?
No, not that interface.
You're not using the Mac.
Yeah, we're not using the Mac, yeah.
Now, they're going to install it as a trial. And if it stinks, you're gonna say it stinks, and we're done.
They're gonna turn it off, yeah. I tell the guy and they turn it. It's,
You know?
yeah, it just.
If it's a tool that you guys are gonna use, I think it's worth giving it a shot.
Well, that's the key now is just to try it. Like I said, if it is garbage and we don't think that we're gonna get the use out of it, then we just
Well,
say it.
Tyler is gotta be the worst technology company on the planet.
Yeah, we don't have enough. We've already been here long enough for me to
Yeah.
discuss what
Yeah.
we want to do with them. So
Tyler took over my job in Jersey. It's horrible. But I don't have. I'm good with giving it a shot. What the heck? It's free. And they're going to install it on our equipment for free. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out.
We just have to be mindful of the termination date.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
correct.
Oh yeah. No, it's just like the free trial of Netflix. You got to make sure you call. You go online a week before and let them know. In this case, it'd be 30 days before.
So to shorten this up, what I'd like to do is get the board's approval to sign the contract for the free trial. We will report back to you in maybe the first meeting in November with its success stories or failures or what have you, and if it's successful, we'll be asking for its purchase.
Who seconded that?
Mike?
Mike seconded?
Yes.
I'm going to amend my motion to approve until November, let's say November first?
Whatever the first meeting is.
What is the first meeting in November? November the 3rd. So I'm going to amend my motion to approve the trial period through November the 3rd, 2025. And then you can make a decision collectively, let us know if we should renew it. And also you can budget it, because the budget will be open right then and there. You can budget it if you do want to go forward next year. Because right now it's not budgeted, but it's not costing the township anything. It's free. So that's my amendment, Mike will second.
I'll second this.
Is there any discussion from the audience?
Oh, I have one more question, now that you've changed it up. Leo, if we're doing November 3rd, is it a 30-day or 60-day termination that we need for this, this time?
It says for each additional renewal term. So the first renewal term, there is actually no date. But I would still give them notice.
But November wouldn't give us 60 days, so.
Well, if you want to be super safe, 60 days, but they'll probably terminate it as soon as you don't renew it. I don't think they're going to.
Well, that's fine. If you terminate it, they terminate it, so what? Because you're not going to pay for it anyway.
Right. Then err on safety and make it the second meeting in October.
Does that give you enough time? Does that give you enough time?
Yeah, I think we have plenty of time.
August, September.
So that would be October 20th.
I think we're gonna have a pretty good idea within the first month, honestly, because like I said, they're gonna start using it right away. So we're gonna know right away if they like it or not. So I think that would give us plenty of time.
I'll amend my motion to October 20th. If Mike will accept.
Second.
Discussion from the audience? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Township Manager, Mr. Bellman?
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just, pretty quick. As it had made its way around Facebook, Saturday night, a neighbor of ours at TLC Park, one of their employees, lost control and took out part of our fence at TLC Park and the electrical box that was attached to it. Big thanks to our road crew. By the end of today, all 48 feet of the fence has since been fixed, and the electrical box will be fixed by tomorrow. So we did, Corporal Langenmeyer called me that night, so we're gonna go through their insurance. But just to commend everyone. When it came out the next day, somebody said they vandalized it. It wasn't vandalism. That individual had lost control, and we will be sending a letter to the neighboring property, letting them know that their employees cannot park in our lot at night.
So we're gonna bill them, their insurance for our minutes time?
Yes. Yeah, for the time and the supplies. Quick public works update. After 27 years, this past Thursday, Tom Schick had retired, one of our longtime public works crew. Again, Tom was one of the people who helped make this NCC wing successful. So we'd just like to thank him. Best of luck in his retirement. When you see him, let's give a good tap on the back. We see him at Resort Beverage. He likes Coors Light. Website update. They were here last week taking a bunch of pictures and going into the deep dive of the route. So that is getting there. We're still looking at about 9 weeks out from the original 12-week promise. Anyone who watched the live or was at the carnival, Joe Gilliland had won the giant fire truck playground piece of equipment. All of Joe's kids are too old to play with that anymore. So the Gilliland family has donated that to Pocono Township, and that will be going up at TLC Park. So.
I had an employee this morning, a Pocono Township resident, all upset because we gave away a fire truck. Can you imagine what she blew it with?
was, you know, just built with deck board, but, no, not an actual, didn't have. But we are putting some nice 34, you know, vinyl logos on it.
Anything else?
Just the last thing, we have our concert in the park July 24th, starting at 6 p.m. and the Joes will be playing.
Thank you. Anybody have anything for Jared?
I was just wondering for Jared and maybe the board, I don't know if you've been already playing this, but what about a plaque with all the guys' names that did this? And so it would be historical that we put that up, and in the future we'll know all the guys' names who do this.
We do have a plaque ordered, and there will be, once the plaque gets here, we'll call the board in and the public works crew, and I already let Tom know to come back and be part of the picture. We'll have the whole public works crew sign the whole order of the picture and everything. But yeah, there's a special thanks to our public work crew on the plaque as well.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Good of them, though.
Anybody else? Mr. Bregel, Public Works, Sewer.
Thank you, sir. Just a few items to update and then motion. I met with T&M engineers last week regarding the MCTI sewer extension. The route is complete, the survey work and the environmental work is complete. There's just a couple of items that need to be cleaned up, and then I'll be presenting that to the board. That's to connect the MCTI on Bartonsville Ave. Had some good correspondence with Pocono Heritage Land Trust, and I think the motion that was made earlier tonight regarding the major access will help. So I should have the easements that are necessary for us to connect water and sewer to this building wrapped up. I actually reached out, Leo, to Lisa, and she'll be working on drafting the easement agreements for the board. We continue to work on drainage and paving now, the areas that we improved with new pipes. And we're still on target for first or second week of August for the road paving projects, if the weather cooperates. I spoke to our contractor, and he's dealing with the same things we are, so we're trying to work together on that. And then I just want to say, like, the park staff is really doing a nice job this year. So I appreciate the board's comments earlier tonight, the recognition. They're doing a really nice job, and we're always looking to improve. So I've tasked them with looking at compiling and evaluating all the rules and regulations that we have out there. It seems like there's so many and there's so many signs. And after this year, we're going to put together that compilation, reconcile what rules are for which park, and maybe consolidate some of the signage too, so it's easier for the public, so we can better communicate with the public what the rules are there. But it's been a really good year so far. Credit to Brian and Jen and the whole staff. They're doing a nice job. Yeah, that's it. The only other thing I had, and John can pick up on his report if he would, the drainage along Cherry Lane near Wawa, I'm noticing some puddling there. John, I don't know if you had a chance. I know it was last minute. I reached out to you this afternoon.
I stopped on my way up.
Okay, maybe you could talk about that in the report. It looked to me almost like there's been some sloughing of the fill that occurred on Wawa's property, and it's not allowing that water to get to the detention basin there. And it's creating some traffic hazard. So, any other questions for me? Oh, I have a motion for the stairs as well.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm going to make that motion to contract with Build All Construction, who's a Coast Guard vendor, in the amount of $41,370 for the construction of 2 staircases in the rear of the administrative building. Second by Natasha. Discussion?
Yeah, when we last spoke about this, we were gonna see if the magistrate was gonna do it, so, right? Because one of the sets of stairs is for the magistrate. We're forgetting that now, or we're not?
I don't see how, since they're going to be a tenant, I think put yourself in that position, Ellen. If you're, whoever owns the property that you rent from do sidewalks, would they come to you, and would you put new sidewalks in for that?
Absolutely, you would do the leasehold improvements, absolutely, especially state government entities. I deal with that, and
Well,
the state government entities pay for the improvements.
I think interior improvements, but overall, for the back of the property, that entire parking lot has one walkway down and it goes back behind the gym. So regardless of whomever occupies that wing, there's no way to get from the parking lot down to any of that side because it ends at the gym and there's still parking over there. There's absolutely no access down to that side of the building. So regardless of who occupies the space, I think we need the staircase for access in the back. Both of them, correct, but I'm saying that the one that's in question is the one on the right-hand side, which accesses that wing. But it's not just for that wing, it's if you're parked on that side of the parking lot, you're able to use that staircase to get down to the paved walkway that goes the entire length of the building in the back. I mean, I walked it and looked at it without any input.
Well, I thought we would do one staircase, and, because there's two, right? Do you need both of them?
yeah, I think, in my opinion, I thought the same thing at first. And when I walked back there and looked at both situations, two staircases are okay.
The argument also was from a safety standpoint, because there is a pathway down there, and, you know, what used to be allowed in today's standards is not. So if we didn't do this,
And
we
the
would
ramp that goes like this.
well,
Okay.
yeah, so we would have to have a railing there, and if we start putting railings in that pathway, then we would be able to back the truck up, to be able to access that part of the property. So, you're gonna pay for it one way or another, whether it's stairs or whether it's railings.
Any further discussion from the commissioners? Any comments from the audience?
I mean, the only thing I would mention would be liability if it's owned by the township, and if, I don't remember who you said was, renting it.
It's gonna be the magistrate's office.
Right, it's the magistrate's office, but if at some point they would move out and somebody would move in, then either way, it could become a liability issue, I think, to the township.
It's our liability regardless, yeah, regardless, because we own the property. So
Right.
whether, no matter who pays for the improvement, we're liable regardless.
Anyone else? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, any nays? Motion carried.
I have one thing for Pat.
Sure.
And I guess it's a board decision, but I'll run it by you. So I was up there, and when I went up there, the garage in the back, the door was open. I'm like, oh, somebody left the door open, the air's getting out. And I pulled up, and I went up, and the kid came out. I'm like, oh, your door was open. I said, don't you have air? And he says, no, we have a fan. And can't we get a split unit in there? Because, you know, in the building where the parks go, like by the garage, there's a little building, their office, and there's no air. They have a fan in 100-degree weather.
Yeah.
Yes.
Their job is to work outside, they shouldn't be in the building anyway.
They do stuff in the building.
Well, they might do their time, but for the most part, they're out. They should be out in the park all day long, doing, emptying trash cans or mowing, so.
There was a small unit, air conditioning unit in the office area. I don't see it.
How much time do they spend in the office per week?
They come in, they get tools, and then they go out, and it's a disincentive maybe to just camp out in there, to be outside, getting some air.
I'm just trying to give them some relief.
You know what, if you'd like, I can speak to the park manager. He hasn't expressed it as an issue to me, but I appreciate you looking out for their well-being. They're doing a really good job this year. I'm pleased because we added the additional park. Remember, this is really the first full year with the additional parks, and they're doing a pretty good job keeping up with everything.
I mean, they do get breaks, so it would be nice if they could break in an area that was cool, rather than sitting in the sun, but I didn't think it's really unit.
Plus trees, they're just,
Is it just for an office, or is it like for the whole shop?
It's the office.
I mean, I'm supposed to say the marketplace, I'm doing a 5,000 BTU.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said I have two that I'm selling, 2 window units. I mean, do they have a window up there?
Not in the shop.
How big is the square footage are we talking?
gosh, probably 24 by 400 some square feet. There's a little workshop in the back.
I'm with Ellen, get them an air conditioner, they gotta come in, break, they gotta do reports and things like that. And if you're out there in 100-degree weather, you come into the shop to take a break and have lunch or whatever, and there's a little reprieve.
Patrick, I have an idea. We can use the money that we collected from the paid parking to buy the AC.
Oh my goodness, what a great idea.
There we go. We found a use for the money.
Problem solved. I'll take a look at it.
That was the budget.
I'll take a look at
The
it.
stats was in the budget, the collection of money was not.
It's a little cooler up there too, there's elevation on top, but I'll take a look at it.
So it's
Okay, Township Engineer, John?
Thank you, Mitch. On my list, the sewer business, I think Pat went over. We've been working closely with Pat and Jared on making these extensions. Murden Road is still on hold at this point. TASA project, I think I mentioned last meeting, we got PennDOT comments back. They weren't, I was pretty pleased. They weren't too bad. We're working on them right now and getting ready to resubmit back in. We had a discussion with the fire company. That was the last easement, I think, that we had to resolve. We have that resolved at this point. So TASA is moving forward pretty well. TLC walking bridge, that's front and center. I was out there last week, made a couple measurements. I'm gonna take a couple more, but we're working on getting that ready, put out to bid. I have not heard back from Turkey Hill. I mean, I know they addressed PennDOT's comments, they're going back in, but I haven't gotten a construction date. I'll still try to get them pinned down on that. And I think I reported last time on Staten Road. Pat and I did look at the signage out there. I think we could use maybe 2 more chevron signs as we approach the bridge, but other than that, I think it's adequate for what's out there. So, and Pat mentioned the drainage at Wawa. It's right at the intersection of 611 and Cherry Lane Road there. It's very, very flat. But I agree, I think some mud just got washed in there, either from cars driving up on it or just all the rain. I think it's really a hand job, just to excavate it by hand, and you should be able to get it to drain out.
Is that something we can do in the PennDOT right away without creating any issues?
Yes.
All right, so then we'll give it a shot, see if we can get that water to flow a little better.
How are you gonna do it? Because they've been working on that corner.
No, it's
In
a
the
corner,
parking lot.
there's a neck corner
The
closer
other
to
side.
611.
Okay.
But remember how much fill they brought to bring that
Yes.
site up?
Yeah.
Before that got stabilized there, and some of the heavy rains that we had,
Yeah.
I think some of it kind of slumped down.
Because the pipe is in from the travel well.
Yeah. It is, I think you're right. If we can cure it once, we can cure it again. Let's see if we can get it next time.
Do you have anything for John? Thank you very much. Mr. DeVito?
I have a few matters that need some board action this evening. At last meeting, we discussed 2 upcoming zoning hearings on July 31st. The first one involves Mr. Henry for his property at 383 Battling Brook Road in Scott Run. This is a situation where there were some fences and other outstructures that were erected by Mr. Henry. It was determined and reported by the neighbor that he built them over the property line. Zoning issued an enforcement notice, and they appealed that enforcement notice, represented by Attorney George Westervelt, and to challenge the enforcement notice. Typically, with enforcement notice, since the burden is on the township and we go first in the hearing, I have attended, but I'm looking for approval of the board to attend that zoning hearing on July 31st.
I'll make the motion to have the solicitor attend the 383 enforcement notice appeal. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Natasha. Discussion?
I would just like to note that was continued to August 26th, but the other hearing is still for the 31st.
Thank you. I didn't see that.
Before we vote, anybody in the audience want to make a comment regarding this? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carried.
That is for August what date? 26th. Yep. The next one is an application filed by Amir, A-M-I-R-E, for property located at 3288 Route 611 in Cairnsville. And basically what they are seeking is a variance to reduce the required number of parking spaces for an apartment use, 337.5 required, calculated at 2.25 per unit, to 299 spaces at 2.0 spaces per unit. Overall, they were looking at a reduction from 415 to 376, which would be 39 space reduction on what's required. Straightforward variance. Don't know if the board would like me to attend or not. Looking for direction from the board this evening.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to have the solicitor attend the zoning hearing board meeting for 611 apartments. Is there a second?
Second.
One question, to oppose?
No?
To
Motion
view?
to have. Motion, right?
How do you
And
want to
attend.
select?
Right, but, so I can sit there and not say anything, I can sit there and say, we object, question witnesses, or I typically do not go to support an application.
This would be, if anything comes up that we wouldn't want, right?
It's
I mean,
only the parking, right?
It's only the parking.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but have we opposed this in the past?
I have not
or
opposed the
just-
parking, I have not opposed parking relief.
This is a big reduction he's asking for.
No, isn't it?
You get 39 spots.
From 415 to 376.
Are there any single bedroom apartment?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily in favor of reducing this.
Unless there's single, I mean,
It really depends how you look at it, because we do make concessions for parking lots a lot.
How many, how many apartments are there?
Well, we have done number of spaces. I mean, perfect example is when we made, Mr. Malla put in a bridge to nowhere for a parking lot that we don't use. So the main question really is, do we want to cut down trees and create a parking lot that might not be used because our ordinances are a little inflated so that we always have teeth in the game?
Well, I think it should be 2 cars in an apartment.
but
it's too-
Well, that's what they're seeking, Alan, that's what they're seeking. Right now, the ordinance is 2.25 spaces. They're seeking 2.0, and they're saying that the ITE traffic manual suggests 1.7 space per unit. Is that?
Which, how many apartments are there in this one, do you know, Jared, off the top of your head?
there's 376 is what they want.
I don't know.
337.5 divided by 2.25.
What is that? 2 cars and a motorcycle?
No, they're looking for 337.
They're looking for 336. What do you want?
From 337.5
Yep.
divided by 2.25 per unit.
That's 100.
150.
It's
Much more 50 units.
150 units.
This is for
Divided
Cranberry
by-
Run, right? After they changed, where they pulled the hotel out, they just put the
Right.
apartments in there.
So I mean, essentially, that would, doing the math, right, it's 2.25 per unit, which, if you have 4 apartments, it generates an additional parking spot. You have 9 parking spots for 4 apartments. So you have an additional 38 parking spots, including 2 for every apartment, 1s and 2 bedrooms.
And that's about
It's
what they're
excessive.
looking, and that's about what they're looking to.
Yeah.
But what about when you have guests, where are they gonna park?
Well, yeah.
You know something? I thought the same thing about 8 years ago. We forced the developer to put in a bridge that sits there to this today and has never been used. Never.
I mean, we're also asking them to,
And the apartment building is
You have
full.
to expect a
Leave it
guest.
additional.
You have to expect a guest.
Well,
They're gonna have at least one. You gotta, maybe not everybody at the same time, but you need more than 2 per apartment.
I have to rescind my motion.
Well, I think we have to vote on it, don't we?
Well, I said I don't have direction. What started this whole conversation was, am I going to oppose? Am I going? Am I going to oppose? Am I going to observe?
You're gonna go oppose enforcing the parking ordinance, making us tear down additional trees and keep additional area.
I'm asking for direction, I'm not.
But that's what I'm saying, so that's what you'd be going to oppose, correct? Is you wouldn't be enforcing the 2.25, forcing them to take down
The old
extra
truck
space.
thanks back to you.
There's no trees there.
No, there's not.
You're not removing trees, so let them.
Isn't it a whole parcel? It's not just Banks Vacuum, which is the strip mall, it's that
It's the
parcel,
entire parcel.
right? So
Yeah,
there's a lot of
which
trees.
is, yeah, there's a lot of
There's
wetlands
a lot
over
of
there,
trees.
which does make it an interesting property. I think 32 acres of her wetlands, so there's not much development property.
How much
there.
trees are they saying they're not taking down? Because I don't see
There aren't
any.
any trees.
So, how many spots is it? 39?
Looking for a reduction of 39 spaces.
It's up to the zoning hearing.
The zoning hearing board makes a decision on whether they allow it or not, or make a decision on whether Leo's going to go and say,
And make an argument
you
that
need to,
you need to.
2.25.
Correct.
Yeah. The zoning hearing board ultimately,
Yeah,
they make the decision and they're, you know, on some quasi board.
I would like to have a semi-independent judicial board, and I'd like to think when the township shows up, you have some influence on it. Unintentional, but.
I think they need spaces for guests. Don't we calculate that out? What did you have to do? 2.25. I think we should stick with it. You need visitors, space for visitors. Where are they gonna go? You know they're gonna have a visitor. Christmas, birthdays.
Did you have build-out restrictions? Like that you
They
needed?
have a problem. Over the street.
But I tend to agree, unless there's single, if there's, I don't know what his mix is, if he has one-bedroom apartments, that should be different.
And two, yeah, I mean,
Fine, you still have 2 cars for a couple.
is it 1 and 2s or?
Let's make this easier, since it's getting 10 o'clock at night.
Three quarters of one.
My motion really wasn't explained, so I'm gonna rescind my motion, and I think Mike seconded it.
Yeah, I'll
So
rescind my
does
second.
anybody wanna make a motion?
I'll make a motion that Leo attend to,
Opposed.
oppose, and we stick with the 2.25 spaces.
Is there a second?
I'll second
Okay.
that. Yes.
Second?
There we are.
No, I guess we talked enough about it. Is there anybody in the public who wants to talk about this? Yes.
Again, I'm with Ellen Ganand. If you have a family function and you have Christmas or Thanksgiving at your house and there's 300 apartments, where are people gonna park? What if 10 people in that apartment decide, hey, let's have Christmas at our house this year? Where are people gonna park?
There's no
Parking
street.
is a real issue in this county, in this township, everywhere. If you have the ability to start from scratch and do it right the first time, I think you should, honestly. As
There's no
somebody
street-
who
no street
goes and
parking.
visits people and looks for parking,
There's no
I
street
think Ellen
parking
has a
there,
good point.
nobody across the street at great price.
There'll also be a restaurant. Part of the parcel.
Oh, a restaurant.
So the restaurant.
Anyone else?
That's a different one, yeah, to pull the hotel
I
part
mean,
out.
the only thing I would have to say about that is.
Online, I'd like to ask a question.
Is that if there's not enough room for people to park.
Online, I'd like to ask a question.
Give me a
No,
minute.
somebody's speaking, moments there.
Oh, the only thing I was gonna say was that, if there's not enough parking spots in general, or it's really tight, and there's an emergency in there, I'm not sure how the police are gonna get in there and move around either. Especially if it's a busy Christmas weekend or whatever, so
it's-
parking
it's
spots
just
would probably be a good idea.
It's just better to have the right amount of parking. Some of these places, our commercial stuff is way over parked, and you do have to put parking fields in that are way too big, and they might get used once a year maybe. But for, in this instance, I agree, it should be more than 2 per house.
There's somebody online that wanted to say something, I believe.
Stroke. If I understand correctly, the argument is 2 parking spots versus just 2.1. The other like kind of aspect of that is what Ellen mentioned about trees. Now, if I'm thinking about this correctly, and you allow or you force the 2.1, you're going to be taking down more trees, yes or no? Okay. Even at the 2.1 number, there will be no other additional trees taken down?
Well, yeah, I mean, there will be.
Why would they want to go down to 2 then?
We haven't seen a plan, so we can't even answer that.
Okay, but they obviously want to get it down to 2 for a reason. Any idea what that might be?
Save money.
Save money. So they're gonna make a smaller parking lot. So if they do that and they're not knocking down any more trees, let them have at it. The tenants will have a bad time, not us. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays?
Nay.
Okay, Leo, keep going.
We have a LERTA ordinance that's hanging out there. It looks like LERTA has stalled.
I'm gonna stop you, Leo, for a minute. I have to abstain from the discussion and the vote, or if there is one, because I have a conflict. My client is eligible for a LERTA.
I also have to abstain from both. I have a commercial property in the township.
Okay, the question is, as it stands now, a developer can apply for the LERTA in Pocono Township. Ironically, at 9:43 this evening, I received an email to Jared requesting 2 LERTA applications for Brookdale Enterprises. Without any more traction toward the school board or the county, what does the board want to do? Leave it on the books, let residents, taxpayers avail themselves of LERTA, or repeal it?
I'd like to leave it on the books, but we still don't have concurrence from the school board, and we don't have the county's agreement either.
Right. Leo, where does the legal side of this come into play with Brian and Ellen being out of it? Wouldn't we have to repeal it and do a new one?
Well, if you repeal it, it goes away, and you're back to where you were before you approved it. And then politic or whatever is necessary to see if the county and school board would get on board, and then sort of enact it, I'm not gonna say simultaneously, but in close chronology to one another. But as it stands now, we offer alert in the township, school district does not, county does not, and apparently we have an applicant to.
But they can't get the order without their concurrence.
They can get it from us.
They can
They
get,
can't get it
yeah,
from the school board
yeah.
or the county. Oh, yeah.
So the way it stands in discussion with special tax council, with the alert of the way it does stand is anyone who is approved would have their local taxes eliminated. It wouldn't be school or county.
5-year period.
Correct, unless it's an industrial or RD.
So,
You wanna let it hang out there and see if
well,
taxpayers take advantage of it, or do you want to repeal it? That's the question.
I don't want to repeal it, but I would like to amend it or have discussions regarding amending it.
That's
I do believe that between the school board meeting and the general public coming in and giving us their thoughts, I believe that there's room for amendments within the LERTA ordinance that maybe the county and the school board would find more favorable based on public input. That's me personally.
What portion do you want to change?
Quite a few of it, as far as the timelines, a lot of the kickback was, the amount of time for commercial and RD districts 5 and 10. I know there was a lot of discussion regarding the minimums for improvements, those kinds of things. So I would like it to recirculate to the board, and maybe based on some of the public input,
I agree.
we could amend some of it.
Can we do that at the next meeting, Leo, or is it too?
No, absolutely. I'm just saying it's been hanging out there. The thought process was we would repeal it when we put in the new one, but it seems to have lost until.
Complete traction, yeah.
Complete traction.
If Natasha just circulates to me and Mike what her thoughts are, does she have to include Ellen?
No, she would exclude Ellen and just.
You know, we get to know what's going on, we just can't discuss it.
Well, you will when we bring it to the board for review.
Because we can't, as far as I understand it, we discuss it via email. You guys cannot be on that,
Right.
right?
Yeah,
I think so, if you guys are in agreement on it.
Can you put that on somebody's agenda, like Natasha or myself, for the next meeting, Jerry?
Yep.
To amend the ordinance? Okay, Leo?
It was, ironically, Sunset Hill was mentioned, Shooting Range was mentioned. Just wanted to let the board know that that is still out there for decision by the Commonwealth Court. We received, and I'll leave it for signature this evening, but we received temporary access and construction easement for part of the TASA sidewalk improvement from the deals. The only one left, according to Lisa, to obtain is from PNC Bank, and we're probably going to have to condemn it because they've been non-responsive. So we're going to have the TASA easements in place, and we're working on, as you know, the Learn Road, but here's another one, Rich, for you to sign. That's moving along. Subject to any questions, that's all I have this evening.
What do you have regarding the Learn Road easement process?
We have the banks, they were paid, right? Still not sure where we are with Alena. And the hang-up on Alena seems to be whether or not we will subsidize any rental payment on the vacancy. So we need to make a decision on that to firm her up. The other two, the out-of-staters, we have issued the notice of taking. We had requested from Mr. McEwen an updated appraisal. We received a document from Mr. McEwen, I believe it was either last Friday or today, that he updated it, but it says this is not an appraisal. I know Lisa spoke with Jared. Jared reached out to Mr. McEwen. He was gone for the day. Hopefully we can get this squared away because we're on the 60-day clock. We did it 2 meetings ago where we issued the declaration of taking for which we have to pay for those two. So we need to get something from Mr. McEwen.
What's your recommendation with Elena?
You know, what's my recommendation? But my recommendation is what the board decides to do on the rent subsidy. You know, it's assuming that her property is vacant, do you subsidize it for the duration of the construction? Do you say, we're not going to subsidize it, we're already giving you your fence, we're giving you your access to sewer and water, and we're giving you the fence guardrail, and we're giving you your non-conforming footprint so that you can reconstruct something on that property if the existing residence is removed. Do you want to, in addition to that, give her, I mean, I think, John, the construction, if we were to get to it, would take 2 months? Roughly, give or take.
We have a contract, yeah, I think so.
Okay, yeah, well, the contract, that's right.
I think we have 60 days to do it.
So 2 months, so, you know, the rent, I think it was, if I recall,
$1,000 a month, they thought.
$1,250, something, I was thinking $1,250, somewhere in there. So do you pay her $2,500 to get it finally signed up?
I mean, aren't we gonna spend more than that if we do eminent domain?
We run, well, you know, we're also putting in water and sewer.
Yeah.
And a guardrail. Giving her perpetuity of a footprint to locate the property, locate a residence. It's not like we're not giving her anything. And could we spend more if it were challenged? We could want to spend something more than that, but.
Have we gone back to her and told her anything or no regarding that?
No, we told her guardrail, okay, we told her water and sewer, okay, but we're just hanging out on this rent subsidy.
We told them the non-conformity too.
Yeah, no, we told her all those. What's holding it up is this,
She sounds agreed to, is that the case?
well, she's waiting to see if she's gonna get rent, if it's vacant.
I was gonna say, isn't it, it's a potential though?
Right.
If her tenant were to move out because of the construction exclusively, then we would pay her 2 months of rent. But if the tenant doesn't move out,
I think we have to assume that if the tenant moves out, it will be because of the construction. I think we have to have that assumption.
well, I mean, they're not gonna find anything else in that area for that price.
Yeah.
So, they're,
Can we-
I'm just saying.
can we offer her 2 months if the tenant moves out? And that's the final offer.
I mean, I think so, yeah, it's the construction, that it was exclusively because of the construction, it wasn't because of
Yeah.
non-payment issues or
Right.
anything else crazy,
Yeah.
solely the construction.
Brian, I don't agree that. If the tenant moves out, we share 2 months.
No, I don't think so.
You are a contractor, I would suggest that you do not vote.
But are we voting, is this a vote now? Are we voting?
No.
So there's no motion.
This is for
and
acquisition.
It's not here as an action item, so there will not be a vote on it this evening, but that's the only open issue that we have, Rich. That and the appraisals.
But we've handled this in executive session under acquisition, so I don't believe this needs to be a vote.
It doesn't need to be a vote to make that offer. If we sign an agreement, that would be voted upon,
Correct.
I would agree. But, you know,
Can I have an opinion?
yeah. We're allowed to have it on the right.
I think we're being held hostage.
Yeah.
I don't like being held hostage.
I agree too. But it's also potential.
We gotta get moving on this, we're not gonna get it done next year either, because PP&L, Verizon, and, Blue Ridge has to do their facilities. So, what do we tell Leo to do?
Bite the bullet.
2 months,
Get
if
rid of
they move out,
Yeah.
give her 2 months worth of rent. If
They move out.
If the tenant doesn't move out, that's the end of it.
Yeah.
What if she throws them out, break the mortgage?
No, the tenant has to move out because
she
the
doesn't
construction
get a
is.
Here's the thing though, if she non-renewed the lease and the tenant didn't move out, she'd still have to go in front of Judge Kresge to enforce that action. So then we would know that she non-renewed them. I mean,
Jeez, no one even,
We're approving our
oh,
property.
no, but.
That should be about right.
okay, Leo, there you go, let's hopefully that puts an end to that.
Too much rent, only if the tenant moves
Only
on.
if they move out.
Yeah, because of that.
So I have no side questions.
So we're not moving.
Does anybody have anything for Leah on the board?
That's just question.
Make a motion, we adjourn, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mike, discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.